We come into our February lambs here. Just 2 entries. I think we've got a really complete one to lead us off with. Probably one of the straightest top sheep we've seen thus far. One that I think is pretty ideal in terms of his breed type. Maybe not quite as rugged in terms of his bone and footwork as we've seen in some of the older bucks. But one, again, the really long pattern, really straight out through his top and hip. I think a handy kind of winner. Real extended one here for second, just a little more extreme in terms of his design, particularly about his head type. Put him into motion, he's a little more awkward in terms of how he puts those old rear feet down. Nice class, congratulations.
Placing on the pair ram lambs for the Columbias, first place went to Charles Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Second to Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Placing on the class February ram lambs for the Border Cheviots, first place goes to entry 13, Murphy 215, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana. Second place to entry 14, Blackacre 2245, Black Edge Cheviots, Rinker and Straw, Stewardson, Illinois.
In the junior champion drive in the Columbia breed, 3 good rams to bring in. The older ram is certainly a big, stout, thick-made, big hip buck. I really like that about him. He's got a good fleece. The younger ram is really cool in his pattern, long-fronted. I like him quite a bit. If we could change the older ram any, I'd like to make him less cowhawk, but there's enough to him to make him your junior champion, and February will be reserved. Thank you.
For the Columbia show, our junior champion goes to entry number 4 out of the early junior ram lamb class, Thiessen, 2219, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. The reserve junior champion was first in the late class. Worm, 287, entry number 6, Charles Worm of Lakefield, Minnesota. Now showing for grand and reserve grand champion ram.
In the Columbia ring, couple comments. I mean, really strong ram show today, I thought. Something I'm going to try and keep in mind throughout the day is the reason the Columbia breed was developed was because the Western white ewes had too much face cover and they couldn't get rid of it without bringing Lincoln in. So they developed the Columbia so they'd have big open-faced white-faced rams to put on those ewes, and I think that's still a big purpose of the breed. So it's something I'm going to keep in mind throughout the day. But that said, this yearling ram I like him a lot. I mean, he's big-bodied, he's thick, he's wide, he's got an enormous hip on him, he's got a lot of muscle, a lot of bone, his toes point in the right direction, he's got a good head. The junior champion, he's a big dude. I mean, a year from now, he's really going to be big profiled. I'd like to, if I could, I'd like to blow him apart a little more, make him a little wider in his chest floor, a little less cowhock, but he's a good buck. He's got a good fleece, a good head. I like him. The second yearling ram, he's big right now. He just doesn't have enough to him to get around the other yearling ram. The second junior ram, I mean, he's green as grass. He's got a lot of grow left in him. Like the other lamb, we just need to blow him apart and get more width up front on him. Your champion in reserve will be the yearlings. Thank you.
Check, there we are. Interesting class here for our March Chevy at Buck Lambs. If there were some collegiate teams standing around the ringside, boy, this would be a class to talk a lot of reasons on. All different types and kinds out here. I think for me, as I watched them walk here again, that last 10, 15 feet, each one of them basically had the same issue, so we kind of had to throw that to the wind and just go with everything else. I think in terms of completeness, the buck that's going to lead us off with, he's certainly the most rugged in terms of his features. I think he's really nice in terms of his breed type. Excuse me. Really well presented out here. I think we just got more sheep there, not necessarily because he's bigger in terms of his frame size than the others. I think there's just more ruggedness, stoutness, and along with that, some breed type. Really a fancy, pretty sheep that's going to come here next in line. Super long in terms of his top line, really straight and true. One that maybe just obviously a little more refined as compared to the buck that's going to lead us off with. He's just simply got so much more length over the lamb that's going to be here in third. Really a pretty kind of individual, maybe one of the youngest appearing in the class. Again, we just need to stretch him out a little from end to end. We can round out with another bigger sheep, one that just gets a little more off in terms of his type and kind. I certainly appreciate the bone and footwork on him. Again, interesting class, probably the toughest I've seen today. Congratulations.
For the Columbia show, our grand champion ram goes to our first place in the yearling ram class. Also our senior champion ram, C. Copeland, 71, entry number 2, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. The reserve grand champion was our reserve senior champion. Out of our yearling class, entry number 1, Worm 120, Charles Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Now ready for yearling ewes. Placing on the March and later class of Ram Lambs for the Border Chevy, it's first to entry 17, Kuykendall 1225, Catherine Kuykendall, Richland Center, Wisconsin. Second place to entry number 15, DeFries 622, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Third place to entry number 16, Black Edge Cheviot's Rinker and Straw, Stewardson, Illinois. And 4 to Black Edge Cheviot's Rinker and Straw, Stewardson, Illinois.
2 February lambs here for our slicked class. I think we've got, again, a kind of an apple and orange situation. Lamb we're going to lead off with, really a powerfully made one. He's maybe a little bolder up through his front end, like to tidy him up just a notch. We're simply working with too much power in terms of his top line to really be able to get ahead, or for this lamb that's here in second to get around him. Really a fresh, youthful appearing lamb. Maybe he's just not put together quite as nicely and tidy as his constituent. Again, complete opposites. Two nice ones. Congratulations.
Placing on the Slickshorn Ram Lamb class for the Border Chevy, its first place goes to entry 20. Black Edge 2240, Black Edge Cheviot's Rinker and Straw, Stewardson, Illinois. Second place to entry 21, Rinker 2619, Black Edge Cheviot's Rinker and Straw, Stewardson, Illinois. Now ready in the ring for our junior champion and reserve junior champion. Then it'll be followed with the pair of Ram Lamb class.
really nice lineup here for our junior champion here in the Cheviot Ram. And as I ponder this, there's 2 bucks that are in mind, and they're going to be your champion in reserve. And maybe until I actually spit it out of my mouth or go up and shake the hands, I'm not 100% sure which way I'm going to go, because I think that they're 2 awfully interesting kind of a sheep. They're completely different in their type and kind. I think they offer the Cheviot breed a lot of good things, and taking nothing away from the other 6 that are out here. I think again we've got some awfully interesting pieces. As for you as breeders and exhibitors, what's going to work for you or has worked for you is yet not for me to say. So again, congratulations to everybody. I think it's certainly been a nice show. Let's put our hands together, and I'll pick them.
For our Border Cheviot show, our junior champion goes to the first place January Ram Lamb, entry number 10, Rinker 2611, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. The reserve junior champion to the March Ram Lamb class winner, entry 17, Kuykendall 1225, Catherine Kuykendall, Richland Center, Wisconsin. Now ready for pair Ram Lambs. Pair Ram Lambs will be your next class for the Border Cheviots. Placing on the Black Edge Cheviot class of pair Ram Lambs, first place goes to Black Edge Cheviots, Rinker and Straw, Stewardson, Illinois. Now ready for our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram class. That'll be followed then by the Best Headed Ram class.
we come back here with these 4 Rams contending for our champion. And I think all 4 of them, again, have a lot of impact yet to come in terms of the Cheviot breed. I'm going to probably do something that's going to shake things up. We're going to go to the youth, and your junior champions are going to be your Grandins and Reeves Reserve.
Grand Champion Ram for the Border Cheviot Show was our junior champion ram. Out of the January Ram Lamb class, entry number 10, Rinker 2611, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. The reserve Grand Champion Ram was our reserve junior champion ram from the March Ram Lamb class, entry 17, Kuykendall 1225, Catherine Kuykendall, Richland Center, Wisconsin. Now ready for best headed ram.
Let's put your hands together for the exhibitors in this class. What a fantastic set of yearling ewes. With Social media these days, following a lot of you on Facebook, seen lots of pictures, videos of the yearling ewes. I knew coming in it was going to be a barn burner of a class. He didn't disappoint. Every sheep here is big enough, okay? So we're going to throw size out the door. I mean, they're all big enough. Some of them might be too big, but we'll try not to get into that. The ewe that wins the class is the most balanced, most correct, easiest, freest moving ewe in the class. She has all the pieces. Of course, there's ewes in here that have a lot bigger profile on them, but she's the one that wins because she has the most of the best. So I like that ewe a lot. The ewe in second is just a big framed, feminine, beautiful fronted ewe. She's got a great fleece on her. She's carrying less condition than some of the ewes below her, which at this stage of the game is a really good deal. We just like to do some things with her head. The ewe in third just comes up a little bit frail compared to the two ahead of her. But, I mean, she's a good ewe in her own right. She's thick. She's got all kinds of body. We'd like to drop her flank some, but she's pretty good. The ewe in four is really an attractive ewe that at first I thought she might be the one we run with. She's got a beautiful head. She's big. She's thick. She's got good rib shape. For me, she's got too much condition at this stage of the game to play with some really good ewes ahead of her. The ewe in five just goes there. I mean, again, a really good ewe. I'm sure she's won a lot all over the place. She's long-bodied. She's feminine. She's got a good fleece. She's thick enough. She moves good enough. She just doesn't come together as a package as well as the ewes in front of her. But again, a really good class. Fantastic ewes. Thank you.
For the Border Cheviots, our best-headed ram goes to entry number 10, our grand champion ram. Out of the January Ram Lamb class, Rinker 2611, Caitlin Von Baron, Stewardson, Illinois. Placing on the Columbia Yearling U class, first place went to entry number 13, Geneva Hills 7784, David Brown, Valley City, North Dakota. Second place to entry 12, Thiessen 2103, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Third place to entry 9, Charles Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. 4 to entry 10, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. 5 to entry 15, Charles Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. 6th place to entry number 8, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. 7th place to entry 18, David Brown, Valley City, North Dakota. 8th place to entry 7, Mike Minter, Pemberville, Ohio. 9th to entry 16, Charles Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Placing on the Columbia Pair Yearling U class, first place goes to Charles Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Second place, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. And third place, David Brown, Valley City, North Dakota.
Really strong set of fall ewes here in the Columbia ring. It's nice when you walk them and they walk the way you think they're going to. The ewe that wins, she is the big framed ewe in the class. That's not why she wins, but she is the big framed ewe in the class. She's really good up front. She's wide based. She's got the biggest, squarest hip of the group and levelest. She's a pretty good ewe. The ewe in second is there because she's really wide. She's correct. She's well balanced. We'd like to stretch her front end out a little, and maybe make her just a notch longer to compete with the ewe ahead of her, but she fits in well there. Ewes in third and fourth are quite similar. I mean, they're good sheep. My problem with them is they're both a little bit tight-spined. They walk camped under too much. They just don't move good enough. Ewe on the bottom's got a fleece problem I didn't like, so she gets to be there. Thank you.
Placing on the class of senior ewe lambs for the Columbia show. First place goes to entry number 20, Bach 21-70, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Second place to 24, Copeland 293, Courtney Copeland, Lakefield, Minnesota. And third to entry 21, Charles Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. And 4 to entry 22, Charles Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota.
Man, what a fun set of ewes. I think we could have turned these ewes loose in a pen, thrown a dart at them, and made that ewe the first place. We could have thrown the second dart and made that ewe last, and we could have talked it all the way. I think there's sheep all the way down in this class that could go on and be awfully, awfully good. As I got them on the lineup, I thought, oh my gosh, where am I going to start? And I thought, you just got to find some little finite thing and go with it. And so we've ended up with these top, or I have anyways. I'm sure there's a lot of differences of opinions, but for me today, I think we've got these 5 out here that fill the bill for me pretty handily. Ewe that's going to lead us off with, she just marches out here and says to me, I'm going to win this thing regardless of what happens. She's straight as a string down her spine. She marches around the ring very elegantly, super feminine, got plenty of rib shape. I think very adequate in terms of her bone and footwork, nice in terms of her feet and legs. She's going to win it. For me, really, really easily. Ewe that comes next in line got a little more fleece to her, probably one of the taller ewes at the point of her shoulder. I'll be the first to admit she gets a little plainer about her head, but she's so massive and big and rugged all the way around, and yet wrapped up in a very feminine package. I think does a nice job standing here in second. If the young man could get her trained to move just a little nicer on the halter, I think she could maybe sail up past this ewe, but we'll keep working. Ewe that comes next in line, I think very similar in type and kind, just a big old ribbed ewe, one that's got a lot of mass and yet still has some look to her, and maybe just not quite as long in her overall profile as the 2 females that are going to stand above her. Get into a female here in fourth, again, one that's really pretty on the silhouette. Again, we're just giving up too much length in terms of her hind saddle to compete with these 3 that are going to stand above her. And then the young lady's ewe that comes next in line, really a pretty one on the go. Maybe just not quite as much there. We've got some powerhouses up here. Everybody, again, put your hands together. This has just been an awfully impressive kind of a class.
What an outstanding senior champion drive in the Columbia ring. A couple yearling ewes that are big, powerful, good fleeces. They're correct, they're wide. There's a lot to like about both those ewes. We get into the younger ewes and a couple of them that have a ton of potential. The ewe that wins the class, she's going to be a giant someday. She's probably already bigger, as big as she needs to get on her profile, but my God, she's good and she's pretty. Good fleece. When it comes down to where we're going, it's really hard for me to not use yearling ewes when they're this good. So Grand and Reserve Senior Champion will be on the yearling ewes. No, yep, let's do that.
For the Columbia Show, our senior champion ewe goes to the first place yearling ewe, entry 13, Geneva Hills 7784, David Brown, Valley City, North Dakota. The reserve senior champion to the second place yearling ewe, entry 12, Thiessen 2103, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Placing on the Border Cheviot yearling ewe class, first place went to entry 34, Spildy 4914, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. Second place to entry 22, Moore 218, John and Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. Third place to entry 27, Moore 229, John and Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. 4 to entry 28, Catherine Kuykendall, Richland Center, Wisconsin. Fifth place to entry 88, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. Sixth place to 33, K&C Copeland Farm, Lewistown, Ohio. 7 to entry 26, Black Edge Cheviots, Rinker and Straw, Stewardson, Illinois. Eighth place to entry 30, Megan and Isaac Gargus, Parkton, Maryland. 9 to entry 31, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. And 10 to 25, Brooke Mazepink, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania.
Nice class here of our slick-sheared yearling ewes. I think, again, we've got one that kind of comes in here and says, I'm going to win this thing regardless. A ewe that doesn't want to be here and play showgirl today, but, man, she's got some awfully good pieces. She's smooth, super smooth as you handle her down her top. She's really, for as robust as she is in terms of her bone and footwork, pretty tidy up through her shoulder. Maybe a little plainer head than some of the constituents out here, but I think she's just an awfully good piece to work with. Ewe that comes next in line, obviously shorter in terms of her overall kind. She's not as big in her outline, maybe just a little rougher up through the point of her, or through the point of her brisket. I think we just don't have enough sheep to really roll with the female that's going to lead us off with, but one that's really pretty from the side. Ewe that comes next in line, a little piece here out through her hip and hind leg structure. We'd like to maybe just kind of take some of that angulation, or give her just a tick more angulation to that hock to really able to really roll her with these two that are going to stand above her, but certainly appreciate the length of side that she brings to the table. Young lady's ewe that comes next in line, just a little more, we need to relax her in terms of her spine and maybe elevate the point of her tail head and kind of raise that up. And then the gentlemen that are going to round out our top five are really a green kind of ewe at this point in time, just like to change her behind her shoulder. We round out our class. I'll talk all 6 of them since they're out here. Female that when you get to 12 o'clock, she's probably at 2 o'clock, maybe needed to kind of limit her intake just a little bit, but one that make an awfully good breed ewe going into the barn. Nice set of females. Congratulations.
Placing on the Slick Shorn yearling ewe class for the Border Chevy, its first place goes to entry number 38, Moore 217, John and Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. Second place to 43, Kuykendall 1166, Catherine Kuykendall, Richland Center, Wisconsin. Third place to 37, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. 4 to entry 39, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 5 to entry number 41, Black Edge Cheviots, Rinker and Straw, Stewardson, Illinois. And 6th place to entry 40, K&C Copeland Farm, Lewistown, Ohio.
Good group of fall ewes here. There's nothing that really runs to the top for me in this class. It's really challenging. The ewe that wins the class is a big, straight, big hipped, good fleeced ewe with a good enough head, walks good enough. She gets to be first. Ewes in 2 and 3 again are quite similar. They're really angular in their design. I just need to loosen their spine up on the move. They roach their tops quite a bit. Ewe in 4 is her own person. She's really complete in her kind. She's got a good head. She just needs to be sweeter fronted and longer necked and probably pulled up a little bit more at this age. The next ewe for me gets really tight in her hip when she walks. And then we have a ewe lamb that's pretty good, but she hasn't been exposed to as many groceries as the ones ahead of her. So thank you.
Placing on the Border Cheviot pair of yearling ewe class, first place to John and Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. Second place to Black Edge Cheviots, Rinker and Straw, Stewardson, Illinois. Third place, Catherine Kuykendall, Richland Center, Wisconsin. Fourth place, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. And 5 to Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Placing on the class of Columbia, January-born ewe lambs. First place to entry number 30, Thiessen, 2218, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Second place to entry 26, Worm, 254, Charles Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Third to Charles Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. 4 to 31, David Brown, Valley City, North Dakota. 5 to entry 29, Leland Thiessen, Windham, Minnesota. And 6th place to entry 28, Tom Connor, Asheville, Ohio.
I'd say at this point we're looking for an awfully tough senior champion drive. We've got a female that just kind of, again, marches out here and says, boy, if you don't use me to win, you look like a fool. She is super, super sweet, super feminine, really good down her top, lots of ribbon volume, put her into motion, and she's just extremely elegant. I think so just an awfully nice one to lead us off with. You that comes in second, certainly no slouch. You put her into motion, she gets a little more angulated in terms of her hock. I'd like to free her up there just a notch and maybe clean her up in terms of her brisket. She's simply got so much more length, and she's nicer out through her hip than the young lady's ewe that's going to stand here in third. One that's really complete. She's got a lot of volume about her. Again, I want to just stretch her out from Indiana. End up with probably the youngest appearing sheep here in the class. She's really green down her top, maybe just a little easier right there behind her shoulder. Awfully nice in her own right. Nice class of our senior ewe lambs. Let's put our hands together.
Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the Border Cheviots. First place to entry number 46, Spildy, 4995, Beckett Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second place to entry number 48, Copeland, 21096, KNC Copeland Farm, Lewistown, Ohio. Third place to 45, Blackacre 2203, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. And 4 to entry 44, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois.
And as I knew it would, this senior drive, I think, again, there's some use out here. I wish we had co-banners or co-champions because I think they're certainly deserving of it. But I guess when it boils down to it, which one, if I was wanting to have a Chevy U to show, would I want to put in the trailer? That senior U Lamb is an awfully, awfully good one. Congratulations, guys. From there, I've taken nothing away from our second fall and our slicks. We've got 2 yearling ewes down here, and again, I think they're awfully fancy in their own right. We're going to give an honorable mention to that other yearling ewe. She's just awfully good. Incredible female show so far, guys. Keep it coming.
Senior champion ewe for the Border Cheviots goes to the first place senior ewe lamb. Entry 46, Speldy 4995, back at Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. The reserve senior champion ewe to entry 34. The first place fitted yearling ewe, Speldy 4914, Caitlin Von Barons, Stewardson, Illinois.
Really nice class, the younger U's here. U that wins the class, she's the most complete. I mean, she's certainly big enough. She's long-bodied. She's super correct. She moves pretty well. I guess as well as a ewe lamb this age will, with somebody hanging onto her head. She's got a big hip. She's wide in her pins. Absolutely gorgeous fleece on this ewe. She's got a head that works for me. She gets to win the class. The ewe in second, the big profile ewe in the class, at least the tall one. I'd like to give her more muscle, more rib shape up top, clean her face up a little bit. We get into a couple of really big, heavy ewes in 3 and 4. I'd like to see them carrying less grease at this stage of the game for their age. The ewe in 5 just fits there because she's pretty much problem-free compared to the rest of the ewes in the class. Thank you.
Results from the Columbia class of February ewe lambs. First place goes to entry 36, Geneva Hills, 1925, David Brown, Valley City, North Dakota. Second to entry 35, Worm, 263, Charles Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Third place to entry 38, Leland Thiessen, Windham, Minnesota. 4 to 33, Elizabeth Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. 5 to 32, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. Sixth place to entry 37, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. And 7 to 34, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio.
A really nice single entry here in the March class in the Columbia ring. She's extremely well balanced. She's got a great fleece on her. She's correct. She moves well. Big old hip on her. Certainly deserving. She could have handled a lot of heat in this class. Thank you.
Placing on the class of Columbia March ewe lambs, first place goes to entry number 39, Worm 1728, Charles Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota.
We get into our January ewe lambs here on the Cheviot side, and again, I think we've got really a deep set of 10 ewe lambs out here. Again, all of them could go onto a lot of shows and into the barn and do an awfully nice job. I think we've got a couple of, or we've got 5 ewes up here, and again, I could talk any one of them to win this thing, but I think we've got a couple of complete ones. Granted, they are the bigger framed ones. They've just got an awful lot of good at this point. This female that leads us off, really just super feminine. She's really extended up through her front end. She's straight as a string down her top. Is she as rugged and stout in terms of her bone and footwork as the female that's going to come next in line? Certainly she's not, but I think in terms of her attractiveness, and particularly about her head, she's certainly more feminine and attractive about that. She's going to take an awfully nice picture. Congratulations to these young men. Female that is here in second, probably the most rugged and stout in terms of her bone, along with that maybe just a tick plainer about her head, as I said. A female that you put her into motion, she's really travels nicely. I think I read her here in second pretty handily. Female that comes next in line, just a little fresher and more youthful about her appearance. She gets a little more refined. She's a little easier in terms of her front feet. Like to change that about her. Again, one that's really nice down her top. I think an awful lot of good about her. Next female in line, we're starting to get just, it seems like 2022 hit, and all of a sudden our yearling ewes are really short-eared, and then we get into this group of ewe lambs, and we're a little longer-eared than I'd like to see, and that kind of goes for the whole group, so I can't really zing anybody for it. But this female maybe just takes it a little more extreme than our 5 that are going to be up here. Boy, she's sure pretty to look at otherwise. Maybe just a little tighter gutted behind. We'd like to drop her in her rear flank a little more as compared to these 3 that are going to stand above her. Young lady's ewe that comes next in line, just a notch easier right there behind her shoulder. She gets a little shorter on the profile than these 4 that are standing above her. Really a well-presented kind of ewe. I think she fits into this 5th hole for me pretty nicely. Taking nothing away from the 5 that are left standing. Again, an awfully nice set of females.
Placing on the Columbia class pair ewe lambs, first place went to David Brown, Valley City, North Dakota. Second to Charles Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Third place, Leland Thiessen, Windham, Minnesota. And 4, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Placing on the class of Border Cheviot January ewe lambs, first place went to entry 58. Breezeview 3772, Angela Joan Lawrence at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second to 55, Moore 252, John and Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. Third place to 56, Black Edge Cheviots, Rinker and Straw, Stewardson, Illinois. 4 to 49, Brooke Mazepink, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. 5 to 50, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 6th place to 53, K&C Copeland Farm, Lewistown, Ohio. 7 to entry 57, Natalie Goodrich, Federalsburg, Maryland. 8 to entry number 51, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 9 to 54, Black Edge Cheviots, Rinker and Straw, Stewardson, Illinois. And 10th place to 52, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana.
The drive for junior champion in the Columbia show, really what a great set of ewes. I like all 5 of these that are out here. The older ewe, I mean, she's a big ewe. She's got a lot of product, a lot of body, a lot of rib. I'd like to lay her back on her shoulder. She's a little upright for me, but she's good. The ewe in second is laid back, or not in second. The next class to February is laid back. I really like her shoulder design. She's got a beautiful fleece on her. She just stands there so comfortable. She walks really comfortable. Great fleece on her. The March ewe, she's cool. She's really good fronted. I really like how youthful and how feminine, how elegant her front end is on her. But she doesn't quit there. She's big down her top. She's got a whole bunch of flank in her. She's wide. She'll be your junior champion. Reserve champion will be the February ewe. Thank you.
For the Columbia show, our junior champion ewe goes to entry 39 from the March ewe lamb class, Worm 1728, Charles Worm of Lakefield, Minnesota. The reserve junior champion to our class winner of the February ewe lamb class, entry number 36, Geneva Hills 1925, David Brown, Valley City, North Dakota.
I grew up in North Dakota. I think most of you know that. At a time when Columbias were king. My grandfather had a commercial Columbia flock. When my dad came home with Rambouillet ewes, or told him he was going to come home with some Rambouillet ewes, my grandpa said, "What are you doing that for? They're all full of wrinkles and they can't see because their faces are full of wool." The Rambouillet Dad brought home weren't like that. The Columbias in the state were amazing. They're near and dear to my heart. Some of my best friends in the world raise or have raised Columbias. Being exposed at NDSU to Merle Light, Wes Limison, the old guys, some of you guys, most of you guys probably remember Harold Osborne, Jim Marshall. Steve Kitson's brother was best man at my wedding. I mean, been around Columbias my whole life. I really appreciate them. I appreciate what you guys brought in front of me today. Thanks again for the offer. Justin said in Cheyenne this summer, it's a bucket list thing, and so is this. I mean, this is great. I really appreciate it. The first place yearling ewe. She's old style good. Is she the most extreme in her design? Is she the longest necked? Oh, absolutely not. She's the thickest ewe we've seen today. Probably the thickest sheep we've seen today. She's got a world of rib, a really good fleece on her, a bunch of bone. We could make her cuter, we could make her prettier, we could have stacked another 6 inches of wool on her top and made her taller at the top of the wool, but she's way big enough. This young ewe, she's going to be good. I mean, in my mind, I think seeing her a year from now or where your national is next year, she's really correct, she's elegant, she's got a great fleece on her, she's wide enough. She's good. I mean, there are some lambs that came in that were carrying a lot of condition. They might be cooked and done, and she's not. I mean, she's good. So, again, thanks for having me. I'll go out and select your champion in reserve.
Grand Champion U for your Columbia show was the senior champion, first in the yearling U class, entry number 13, Geneva Hills 7784, David Brown, Valley City, North Dakota. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion U. Out of the March U Lamb class, entry 39, Worm 1728, Charles Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Next class is Best Fleece, Ram or U. Best Fleece, Ram or U for the Columbias.
Again, the Februarys don't disappoint here. I think again, we've got females that find themselves down at the other side of the line where you don't really necessarily want to be, but that could do an awful lot of good. We've got a couple of powerhouses that kind of surface to the top here for me. A female that going to lead off with one that's really smooth and flat in terms of her bone and her foot. We like that about her. She may not be as extended and flashy as the female that's here in second. I think when you put this gal that's going to lead us off with into motion, I think she's just a little more fluid and free in terms of the way she tracks for us. Granted, I want to shorten up her ear just a notch as compared to the ewe that's going to stand here in second. We certainly like that about her. Maybe she's just a little, excuse me, deeper in her heart than she is in her rear flank. I'd like to change that about her, and maybe if we could stouten her up in terms of her bone and footwork, but I think two that come to the top pretty handily. Taking nothing away from these other three that are going to stand out here, young man's ewe that comes next in line. Really, again, we're getting maybe just a tick extreme in terms of our ear shape and length. One that's really fancy in terms of her design. I think she's just got a little notch more to her than the ewe that comes next in line. Then we round out our top five with a female that's just a little more mature about her front end. Need to tidy her up just a notch there. But again, nice set of females all the way down. Congratulations.
For the Border Cheviots, placing on the February ULAM class, first place goes to entry 63, Moore 260. John and Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. Second place to entry 65, Breezeview 3778, Dottie. Joan Lawrence at Glen, Pennsylvania. Third place to entry number 61, Pine Knoll Acres, Mark and Joe Bernard, New Richland, Minnesota. 4 to entry 60, Black Edge Cheviots, Rinker and Straw, Stewardson, Illinois. 5 to entry 66, Joan Lawrence at Glen, Pennsylvania. 6th place to 64, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 7th place to 59, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. 8th place to 70, Black Edge Cheviots, Rinker and Straw, Stewardson, Illinois. 9, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. And 10th place to entry 62, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana. For the best fleeced animal in the Columbia show, it goes to Jackson Thiessen of Alden, Iowa on Thiessen 2170. Placing on the flock class for the Columbia show. First in the flock class goes to Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Second to Charles Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Premier exhibitor for the Columbia show was Charles Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Our judge has been Matt Benz. Paul Dorset exhibitors, please be getting ready those yearling rams, fitted yearling rams. We will show the fitted show before we go to the slicks. Give us a few minutes to set the ring and we'll call you to the ring when we're ready.
We get into our marches, and again, the quality certainly doesn't run out until you get past the last sheep in the line, because again, I think they're awfully nice ones. Lead off with a female that when you put her into motion, I think she handles herself very nicely. I think she's pretty good in terms of her breed type. She's straight as a string down her spine, and really, again, stout and yet very feminine. I think a nice one for us to lead off with. You that comes next in line, just a little easier right there behind her shoulder as compared to our class winner. Maybe just a little more classic about her head. Along with that, she's just a little more refined in terms of her bone and her footwork. You that comes next in line, we're just losing a little length of spine to the two that flank her. I think she's just a notch more rugged and stout in terms of her bone and her footwork. A little nicer right there behind her shoulder than as our ewe in fourth. Again, a really pretty ewe that rounds out our top five. One that I just need to stretch out from end to end. She's a little piecier up through her front end, not quite as tidy about how she lays in at her shoulder and down through her brisket, but a nice one. And then we continue with the balance of the class again. Nice females, congratulations.
Placing on the class of March ewe lambs for the Border Cheviot Show, first place to entry 71, Moore 262, John and Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. Second place to 77, Breezeview 3784, Joan Lawrence at Glen, Pennsylvania. 3 to entry 75, Black Edge Cheviots, Rinker and Straw, Stewardson, Illinois. 4 to entry 74, K&C Copeland Farm, Lewistown, Ohio. 5 to 78, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 6 to 73, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. And 7 to entry 80, Blackacre Farms, Dan Straw, Greenfield, Indiana.
We get into our slick females here. Two nice ones, a little different in their type and kind. I choose to use the ewe that's just a notch more extended and elevated at the point of her shoulder. She's longer down her spine and I think a little nicer than the female that's going to stand here in second. Boy, we've got a lot of ribbon volume in this gal that's here in second. Really pretty about her head. I'd just like to tidy her up to her front end, maybe just make her a little longer in terms of that spine, but two nice ones.
For the Border Cheviots, now ready to judge for Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion ewe. Placing on the Slick Shorn ewe lamb class for the Border Cheviots, first place to entry number 86, Rinker 2633, Black Edge Cheviots, Rinker and Straw, Stewardson, Illinois. Second to entry 81, DC 0588, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Judging our National Pole Dorset show in the fitted division is Dustin Pruitt of Taylorville in Illinois. Dustin is the County Executive Director for Farm Service Agency for Christian and Macon counties in Illinois. Also at home, they currently run 60 head of Shropshire, Dorset, and Hampshire market lamb ewes, and another 40 head of Columbia breeding sheep. Dustin and his wife Jen and their daughter and son, Jade's the daughter, Dalton the son, operate that operation and take care of those animals. We want to wish Jen a speedy recovery. Dustin informed us that she had been injured just recently and he may return home without any sheep.
As we had in the senior champion drive, just another really fancy set of females out here for our junior champion drive. I think there's a couple that, again, would be very easy to put in the trailer if I was wanting to establish a Cheviot flock, and I don't. So, but I'll still go out and indicate which ones are going to get some rosettes. It's certainly been fun. Nice set of females. Congratulations, guys.
For the Border Cheviots, our junior champion goes first place out of the January ewe lamb class. Entry 58, Breezeview 3772, Angela Joan Lawrence at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second to our class winner from the February class is our reserve junior champion. Entry 63, John and Judy Moore on Moore 260, Eagle, Michigan.
I sure appreciate the opportunity to evaluate your Dorset show here. And as we start out with our yearling rams, I think just a class that logically goes together for me. One that we start out with a big, bold, stout one that we get on their hands on that one. That's the one that's the most overpowering in terms of just width and dimension. I love that one at the ground in terms of the surface cover. One that is good and big in terms of his size. He's rugged in terms of his style. Maybe one that we'd like to just pick up in terms of his chest ever so slightly, but I think against his contemporaries out here, I think he goes ahead and is an easy class winner for me. The one I like in terms of his rib cage and robustness is here in second. One that is a shot more tall-shouldered in terms of the top side of his shoulder. One I really appreciate that about him when you view that one from the outside in. I just like to change the base of that one when we get to the three-quarter or the side view and pick that one up in terms of the front side of his shoulder, stouting him up at the ground to get around our class winner. But I think two high-quality ones to go 1-2. Another rugged one that we have here in three, I think a big, stout, rugged, big-bodied kind of ram. One that maybe just like to fix his head just a little bit for me today. Wants to get just a notch more burly in terms of that look for what I'm looking for. And we go ahead and conclude with sure a big, long-bodied, clean pattern one, but one that just simply lacks the mass and muscle to get around those in this particular division. Congratulations to all.
For our yearling Ram class for the Pole Dorsets in the fitted division. First place goes to entry number 4, Reynolds Stock Farm 2117, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry 7, Pointer Sheep Farm B13, Thomas Vandeventer, Camargo, Illinois. Third to entry 2, McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois. And 4 to entry 3, Josh Kendrick, Astoria, Illinois. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Border Cheviots, first place goes to John and Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. Second place, Joan Lawrence at Glen, Pennsylvania. Third place, Black Edge Cheviots, Rinker and Straw, Stewardson, Illinois. 4, K&C Copeland Farm, Lewistown, Ohio. 5, Cheyenne Clyde. Greenville, Pennsylvania. And 6th place, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana.
Really has been a fun Chevy show. We've got a few classes left to go, but this is going to be the culmination of the banners and stuff. And so as I kind of walked over to the mic, you kind of get goosebumps sometimes, and that certainly is the case here. I think I would look like a blind pig, nowhere even near the nut, if I couldn't make this senior champion your champion you. I think she's just spectacular. From there, a little bit of a challenge, or not challenge, but the differences in what we see between our reserve senior and our junior champion U. I think we've got two U's that just are real similar. We're going to keep these older gals together, and they're going to get the banners today.
For the Border Cheviot Show, our grand champion U goes to entry number 46, our senior champion out of the senior U Lamb class, Speldy 4995, Beckett Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. The reserve grand champion was our reserve senior champion, first in the yearling U class, entry number 34, Speldy 4914, Caitlin Von Behrens, Stewardson, Illinois. Now ready to show for best headed ewe.
We get into our early fall class. I think we've got a pair here on top that are just elite amongst their contemporaries, and I think amongst those, I think our class winner's one that's just got some extras. You get him up front, he's just a notch skinnier neck and still bold in terms of his cage, and one that's opened up, still has some shape down his top. He's extremely level hip, good on his feet and legs, and we track that one around the ring. We like him a great deal. Notch stouter one here in second. I think that one gives our class winner all he wants in terms of just body shape and width and dimension. I think those two are hand in hand and picking your poison of which one and which one you think is more important to you. I think those are interchangeable. I like the extra bells and whistles up front of our class winner. 1 and 3, I think one that just logically lands into 3, no real holes in that one that's sound at the ground, build is good, one that's extremely neat from the outside looking in. Not quite as stout and just opened up as those ahead of them, but I think just a high quality one to run into third hole. Another one in 4, I think one that's opened up and has some shape. I think as we turn that one to the side, one that wants to start leaning forward a little bit for me in terms of his chest to flank ratio. One that's maybe not quite as just smooth and flexible on the move and just want to get a little softer in terms of his toes and his pasterns. But I think one that logically in that extra dimension of width and dimension goes ahead and lands into 4th for me today. And then a big kind of long body kind of sheep that we go ahead and conclude our top 5 with, but one that's just a little finer in terms of his feature at the ground, not quite as stout as those directly ahead of him. High quality class, and congratulations to all.
Placing on the Pole Dorset fitted early fall Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 9, Maverick, Quarter Mile Farm, 844, Ty Hodel, Metamora, Illinois. Second place to entry 15, Reynolds Stock Farm, 2204, Sensation, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. Third to entry 17, McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois. 4 to entry 12, Taylor Dietz, Seymour, Illinois. And 5 to 14, Vondenheuvel Kids, Wapakoneta, Ohio.
I think as we get out here to select our senior champion, I'm super stoked with the 4 that we have out here. I think their build's a little bit different in terms of their type and kind, and I think that's okay. I think there's places to go with each and every one of them. Super stout, super good-legged one here to start our yearling class, and I really appreciate that one. I love the extra feature that one brings to the table, one that's extra just big in terms of his bone work and just massive in terms of the way he stomps around the ring. I like that about him a great deal. But I think for me, as we get down to selecting the 2 that go together better, our 2 fall bucks are going to be your champion reserve, or excuse me, senior champion in reserve. Congratulations to both.
For our fitted Pole Dorset show, the senior champion goes to the first place early fall Ram Lamb, entry 9, Quarter Mile Farm, 844 Maverick, Ty Hodel, Metamora, Illinois. The reserve senior champion to entry 15. Out of that same class, Reynolds Stock Farm, 2204, Sensation, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. Now ready for fitted late fall Ram Lambs. For the Border Cheviots, best headed ewe goes to Spildy, 4995. Beckett Spildy of Stoughton, Wisconsin. Placing on the mixed pair of lambs for the Border Cheviot Show. First place goes to Black Edge Cheviots, Rinker and Straw, Stewardson, Illinois. Second place to K&C Copeland Farm, Lewistown, Ohio. Now ready for the flock class.
Single entry here in our late fall division, but I think one that's extreme in terms of his length of body. You get your hands on him. That one's extremely long handling from that last strip back. You get your hand on the top of that one's shoulder, and one that's true in terms of the top side, extremely long down his top, good up through his front end. I think one that could take a lot more competition. Congratulations to those two.
Placing on the flock class for the Border Cheviot Show. First in the flock and also winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Black Edge Cheviots, Rinker and Straw, Stewardson, Illinois. That does conclude our Border Cheviot Show. Our judge has been Tor Sorensen of Missouri. Give us a few minutes to set the ring, and then we'll be ready to go into our Hampshire show. Hampshire fitted yearling rams will be your first class. Placing on the class of fitted late fall ram lambs for the Pole Dorset show. First place goes to entry number 18, JF 21-8, John Flincham, Longmont, Colorado. Dale Davis. Dale Davis, please come to the show ring desk. And Evan Snyder to the show ring desk, please. Craig Beckmeyer. Craig Beckmeyer, please come to the show ring desk.
Super high quality trio here. I think these two on top are interchangeable in some areas, and I apologize for taking a little bit of time. I think just seeing a notch more extension in that one up front, one that's a notch smoother through his shoulder. He's more up and out in terms of his look. I read that one as being the one that's going to continue to grow at a faster pace. But you get your hands on that one that sure doesn't disappoint you down the top side of his shoulder. He's leveled down his top. He's big in terms of his hip. He's square. I think one that just goes ahead and rises to the top. But I think our one in second, again, pushes him all he wants. One that's extra big at the ground. I like the foot and the bone under that one. I like the way that one maybe gets out and goes a notch better. I read that one being just a notch deeper in terms of the base of his chest. I like the head of that one just a shot better. I think those two are interchangeable. I think they're both high quality, and congratulations to both. We get into three. I think one that is unique, probably the most unique one out here in terms of just stoutness and rib shape, and just one that's big and bold and opened up. I think if we can clean that one shoulder up, he gives those two directly ahead of him all they want. That's the biggest hipped one that's the squarest hip, just not quite as stout at the ground, a little bolder in terms of his chest. Congratulations on a high quality trio.
Placing on the class of fitted winter ram lambs for the Dorsets, first place goes to entry 23, Reynolds Stock Farm 2241, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. Second place to entry 21, Scotch Lane Farm, patent pending, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Third place to entry 22, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut.
Super high quality class once again. I think we've got a ton of good options out here, I guess, for a judge to sort through. And I think on the park, I think our class winner does so pretty handily. One that handles just extremely neat down his top. He's extremely long and carries that together when we get that one stuck up and posed like he is. I think one that's extreme in terms of the backside of his shoulder, one that comes out square and big in terms of his feet and his legs. And I think as we track that one around the ring, one that we're going to call him acceptable in terms of that show side hock. And when we move him around, I think one that just surfaces to the top. From that point on, the baby of the group is in two. I think for me today, one that's extended up front, one that handles extremely long and level down his top. He's not quite as massive as our class winner. He's a shot greener in terms of his type and his kind, but I think the future looks bright for that one, and I think the more days on feed, that one continues to come on. Sheep in three, I think another one kind of follows our sheep in second. I like the pattern. I think no real holes in this one. This one may be the narrowest one of those top three at this point in time, but I think as we continue to feed on that one, I think that one can surpass the class and got some growth qualities there that the future looks bright on. As we get that one burly and get that one soggy, I think one that's going to make a tremendous yearling, and I think one that'll probably make me look silly this time next year. I like that one quite a bit. We get into four. I think another one that's straight as a string down his top. Another one of the more youthful looking ones that we bring out here. I think in comparison to those three that we have directly ahead of him, one that gets shorter from flank to flank. Love that one out the ground. Love that one on the go. As we get into five, one that's a shot bigger frame than the one directly ahead of him. But I think as we study that one from the outside in, one that's wanting to get just a shot deeper in terms of his chest to flank ratio. He wants to tuck up a little bit. We put him on the move. It gets a little bit more exaggerated. But I think a high quality class. Congratulations to all.
Next class for the Pole Dorsets is fitted pair of ram lambs. Placing on the class fitted spring ram lambs. First place goes to entry number 31, Crouch 2221, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Second place to entry 30, Nichols Sheep Farm 2204, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Third place to 27, Ty Hodel, Metamora, Illinois. 4 to 29, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. 5 to entry 26, Michael Myerscough, Champaign, Illinois. 6th place to McLean Music, entry number 25 from Camp Point, Illinois. 7 to entry 28, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois.
Good afternoon. It's certainly a privilege and an honor to be invited here to Sort Your Fitted Hampshire Sheep Show. We're going to start off here. We got 3 yearling bucks out here, 3 bucks that represent the breed really well, big stout made bucks, good boned. We're going to start off this buck here. He's longer than a well rope, really good on set of feet and legs. I like him up through his front end. He's got some elevation, handles from that 13th rib back, really long and impressive. Come down here in second. We got another big old stout, heavy made buck. I'd like to maybe raise him in his chest floor a notch or drop him in that. If we could just drop him in the back flank and give him a little more rib shape there, I think we could probably win the class with this big old sheep, but he floats around the ring really nice and easy. Come back here with a buck that he's just given up a little of that mass as the sheep ahead of him, but really good-footed, nice-headed. I'd just like to maybe raise him in his chest floor, clean him up through that front 1/3 there a notch to get him moved up any higher. But a really super nice set of bucks to start your fitted Hampshire show off with.
Judging the fitted Hampshire show today is Dale Davis of Cardington, Ohio. Dale is a Southdown breeder and exhibitor. Let's welcome Dale Davis to your National Hampshire Show. Placing on the class of yearling rams for the fitted Hampshire show, first place to entry number 2, Bobendreyer 21-29, Rare Gusto, Bobendreyer Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota. Second place to entry number 3, Calgard 21-88, Stimulus Package, Holly Ty and Aaron Kelgard, Takema, Takema, Nebraska. Third place to entry number 1, Rodney Schiller, Monticello, Minnesota. Placing on the fitted pair of Ram Lambs for the Pole Dorset Show. First place to Mike Reynolds, Reynolds Stock Farm, Almsville, Oregon. Second place to McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois.
As we get out here to select our junior champion, I think 5 outstanding individuals, and I think each one of them brings something to the table that can move the breed forward in terms of piece that you're looking for. I think, we get to do a lot of these things. I've never seen a perfect one. I think there's all things that we could tweak on each and every one of them, but I think for me today, there's a pair of them out here that they're maybe a little bit different in terms of their type and kind, but I think they're the two that move the breed forward and give them the pieces that at least that I look for and want to continue to build on. I'll go find the pair that I like, but congratulations. If we could, let's give them a big round of applause.
Junior champion for the fitted Pole Dorset Show came out of the fitted winter Ram Lamb class, entry 23. Reynolds Stock Farm 2241. Mike Reynolds of Almsville, Oregon. The reserve junior champion, also out of that class, second to our junior champion. Entry 21, Scotch Lane Farm 773. Patent pending. Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut.
Super high quality foursome when we get out here, and I think again, each and every one of them brings something to the table that I think is unique We've got ones that are just a notch more extended, ones that are just a shot stouter, and I think kind of pick your fancy of what's important to you. I think there's one out here that brings us some extras to the table that I sure appreciate and sure admire for whatever direction that you're going. I think this one's okay. I think you want to make them bigger and taller. I think this one can handle that. You want to make them stouter. I think he doesn't hurt you. I think for me, just a hammer that comes out here and goes ahead and wins. I think for reserve, it's a little bit closer, but I think we've got one that logically slides in behind him. If we could, let's give him a big round of applause. But congratulations to all.
For your National Pole Dorset show in the fitted division, our grand champion ram was our senior champion ram out of the fitted early fall Ram Lamb class. Quarter Mile Farm, 844 Maverick, Ty Hodel, Metamora, Illinois. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion from the fitted winter Ram Lamb class. Entry 23, Reynolds Stock Farm, 2241, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. Next class will be fitted early yearling ewes.
Here on the fall buck side, we've got 6 bucks out here that can probably go back into the breed and really, and help improve some deals. Kind of comes down to preference for me. We're going to start off with probably, in my mind, the most fault-free sheep. He's long-sided. He's good-footed. He tremendously looks like a Hampshire buck should. I love the way his head or his neck comes up out of his shoulders. I would like to maybe see him a little more massive. I think mouthing these bucks, I think there is a little age variance out here. But a really nice buck, you put him in motion, he holds together, he tracks out really well and free. Come back here in second. Got a buck falls right in there. He's long-sided, maybe not quite as wide at his pin set as the buck that wins the class, but I really appreciate this sheep up through his front end, the bone work under him when he puts them feet down. We come back on down the line here. We've probably got one of the bigger, massive made rams in the class. I'd like to maybe stretch him a notch bit there to get him on up any higher today. Maybe clean him up through his front end a little bit. We come back there in the 4th spot. Got a big old made buck. When we put him in motion, I'd certainly like to see him just track a little better off those back legs as he walks away from you. Come on down there in 4 and 5. We got some big bucks. I'd just like to maybe change them when you put them in motion a little bit and maybe clean them up through their front ends a little bit. But a super nice set of fall bucks. Give these guys a nice round of applause. They exit the ring, please.
Placing on the fitted Hampshire Senior Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 8, held 21-4264. Jeffrey Held and family, Aurora, South Dakota. Second place to entry number 305, Underwood 2022, Avery Smith, Spirit Lake, Iowa. Third place to entry 6, Bobendreyer Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota. 4 to entry 9, Richard Krakow, Rickow Hamps, Arcadia, Wisconsin. 5 to entry number 10, Brad Larson, Blair, Nebraska. And 6 to entry number 5, Bobendreyer Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota.
Here in your senior champion drive, we got 4 bucks out here that I feel represent the breed really, really well. They've got some bone under them. They've got some wool on their legs. They got some wool on their heads. They certainly look like a Hampshire buck should. Big old jaw to them. I think they're going to make good stud bucks on down the road. We got a pair of bucks out here that I think it's pretty hard to overlook them with the size and the mass they got to them. Today, your senior champion buck and reserve is going to be your 2 yearling bucks. Congratulations, these guys.
Senior champion and reserve senior champion for the Fitted Hampshire Show goes to our first and second place animals in the yearling ram class. The champion, entry number 2, Bobendreyer 2129, Rare Gusto, Bobendreyer Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota. The reserve senior champion to entry number 3, Kelgard 21-88, Stimulus Package, Holly, Ty, and Aaron Kelgard, Takema, Nebraska.
super high quality set, and we got a little difference obviously from the outside in. I think our class winner is one that looks good stuck. She looks good on the move. That is the longest one of our four in contention in terms from her last rib back. One that I'd be the first one to admit I'd like to make her just a scotch longer from the outside in, but I think when you study that one and you get your hands on her, one that tracks around the ring on a great set of feet and legs. She's balanced in terms of her forerib to her flank. She's one that just keeps her head up and keeps on trucking, and I think just works her way up in this particular drive. Obviously problematic one for me here in two. This is obviously the biggest frame, longest viewing one from the outside. As we stick that one on the side, she wants to get just a scotch straighter in terms of her front knee, and one that just wants to get a tick higher in terms of her flank. I think in terms of a big one, though, she's too good to get her any lower than second. One that's good up through her chest. She's good up through her head and her neck. I appreciate that one a great deal in terms of her handle. I think just a high quality run to run into second. We get into three, and I think obviously the 1 and 3 matches our class winner a shot better than the one directly ahead of her. I think if we can make this one a rib longer bodied, she goes ahead and wins the class. This is the shortest handling one that we have out here amongst our initial three, but I think one in terms of just from the outside in, that one straight as a string down her top. Her head and neck come out of her shoulder, probably the most correct of any that's out there. She is the biggest and stoutest in terms of her upper hip. I love that one a great deal. We get into four. I think another big frame one that probably matches up with that one in second a little closer. One that's big in terms of her body. She's good in terms of the top side of her skeleton. I'd just like to change that one down low. She gets a notch deeper in terms of the base of her chest in comparison to her flank. I like to change the way her neck comes out of the bottom side of her shoulder a shot, but I think a super high quality one to run into four. And then we go ahead and conclude with a pair. I think our high quality ewes are sound at the ground and good looking. We just need to make a notch more of them to get around those directly ahead of them. Congratulations to all.
Here in your January buck lamb class, excuse me, we're starting off the lamb. He's probably the smaller statured sheep in the class, but he's probably the most fault-free. He's really smooth down his top. He handles well from that 13th rib back. He looks like a Hampshire buck should look like. He's got plenty of wool to him. He's got a good set of feet and legs. When you put him in motion, he picks them up and he sets them down right where he needs to be, square under him, and he tracks out really well. Really flashy made sheep. Come back here in second. A lamb he's as long as a hay rope, and you can probably appreciate him for that. He's got a really nice hip to him. I'd like to change him right behind that shoulder a notch, and if we could do that, I think we could win the class with him rather easy. We come back here in the three place. A lamb, you got to appreciate the elevation up to his front end. He's as thin as a lawyer's conscience, but he's probably been chasing some females this time of the year. He's a sheep that's going to come back next year, and I think he's going to make a whale of a big stud yearling buck. Come on down there in the fourth spot. A really nice balanced sheep. I appreciate him for this length of rib and his rib shape. I'd like to change him through his front end a little bit. He's starting to get a little bold in that shoulder for me. Come back here round the 5 spot out with a buck. He's really long. He's thick. He just doesn't quite have you lay your hands on him. That overall natural thickness is the bucks ahead of him. And then we got a pair of bucks standing over here. Just don't quite have that thickness down their top, but a really nice set of sheep. Give these guys a nice round of applause. They exit the ring.
Placing on the Pole Dorset class of early fitted yearling ewes, first place to entry 32, Purple Ribbon Farm 604, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Second to 36, Spildy 9488, Beckett Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third to 37, Double Vision Dorsets, Brooke and Emma Kyle, Honey Eye Falls, New York. 4 to 34, Jillian Davis, Freeport, Illinois. 5 to entry 33, Hadley Paulus, Castown, Ohio. And 6 to entry number 39, McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois. Placing on the fitted January Ram Lambs for the Hampshire Show, first place goes to entry 12, Charland Farms 2213, Ellie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Second place to entry 17, Bobendreyer 2237, Bobendreyer, Hampshire's, Pipestone, Minnesota. Third to entry 15, John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin. 4 to 14, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois. 5 to entry 13, Blaney Woods, Tonganoxie, Kansas. 6th place to 16, Tinley Spoonster, Eolia, Missouri. 7 to entry 11, Dylan Klug, Campbellsport, Wisconsin.
super high quality class once again, and I think definitely some differences. And I think these three here on top are pretty elite in terms of their look and their build. I think their build's a little bit different again in their type and kind, but I think the one that puts it all together for me is the young lady sheep we go ahead and start with. One that's extra feminine up front, and I think that's why she just surfaces to the top in this particular division. From her forerib to her flank, she's one that's extreme. She's neat in terms of her neck. She's feminine in terms of her shoulder, and we stick that one into motion. She gets around in motors as good as anything in the class. We get into second. I think that's the one that most closely follows her. One that, again, a big-bodied, bold one that's good at the ground. Just a little coarser in terms of her shoulder is what that one is directly ahead of her. And I think it's a close pair, and I think those are the two that match up the best. And obviously my problematic one is here in three. I love the top side of this one's shoulder. I love the way that one blends down her top line. I think in comparison to those two that are directly ahead of her, she gets a shot harder in terms of her flank. She's a little frailer at the ground, but I love that one in terms of the top side and her balance and her look from the side. We get into four. I think another big, bold one. Gets a notch more coarse in terms of her shoulder, a little more plain in terms of her head, but I like the extra rib shape and volume and that one brings to the table. And we go ahead and conclude with the young man sheep, who is extra stout and extra rugged in terms of her foot and her bone, but again, one that gets a little coarser in terms of her shoulder. She gets a little more peaked in terms of her hip to compete with those that are directly ahead of her. Congratulations on a super high-quality set.
Now they're really a cool set of bucks to evaluate. We got up here in this top five. I think we probably maybe got the most fault-free buck in my mind. He's not the largest statured sheep out here by no means, and he's probably not the longest-sided sheep out here. He's got a tremendous amount of bone under him. You got to appreciate the rib shape, the extension up through his front end. You lay your hands on him. He's really, really complete and square level down his top. Come back here into, we got a buck that falls right in there. I like the bone work under him, the length of side up. Maybe if I could change him a hair bit, I'd like to stiffen him up a notch bit behind his shoulder there, and I think we could probably get him moved on up in class. We got a buck here in the 3 spot, really long-sided buck, maybe giving up a little bit of that overall thickness as the sheep ahead of him, maybe gets a little lighter in his bone work as the 2 bucks ahead of him, but a nice balanced made sheep. Come down here in the 4 spot, got a really nice buck. He's got some bone to him. He's got some rib shape to him. I'd like to clean him up a hair bit in his front end, and that's splitting straws because he's a really nice made sheep. And if we could get him trimmed up there, we could get him slid right on up in class really easy. My problem child is the buck we round out the 5-hole with, probably the larger statured sheep in the class. For the size of him, I'd like to see a little more bone underneath this sheep, maybe stretch him for the size he is at top fish shoulder. I'd like to maybe lengthen him out a little bit down this side, but a really nice balanced set of bucks. Give these guys a nice round of applause as they exit the ring.
Placing on the pole Dorset, fitted late yearling U class. First to entry number 41, Scotch Lane Farm 708 AI Wanda, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second place to 44, Pine Knob Farm 2124, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Third place to entry number 46, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. 4 to entry 45, Devin Walco, DeSmit, South Dakota. 5th to 52, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. 6th place to entry 49, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. 7 to 51, Michael Myerscough, Champaign, Illinois. 8 to 42, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. 9 to 48, Taylor Dietz, Seymour, Illinois. And 10 to entry number 53, McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois. Placing on the fitted pair of yearling ewes for the Polled Dorsets. First place goes to Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Second, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Third place, Jalen DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. 4 to Hadley Paulus, Casstown, Ohio. Placing on the February class of fitted Hampshire Ram Lambs, first place goes to entry number 25, Plaza Hamps 1624, Ashton Daniels, Agency, Missouri. Second to 26, Alf 32322, John Alp, Janesville, Wisconsin. Third to 28, Ellie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Fourth place to 30, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 5 to 23, Bobendreyer, Hampshire's, Pipestone, Minnesota. 6 to 21, Mike Caskey, Holland, Minnesota. 7 to entry 29, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois. 8th place to entry 19, Jan Hotaling, Dolan, South Dakota. And 9 to 24, John and Laird Mork, Beldenville, Wisconsin.
here in this Hampshire buck side. We're starting off the really flashy made buck. He's really thick down his top, got a tremendous amount of bone work under him. Appreciate the elevation up through his front end. You stand behind him and he's really square and thick down his top. Come back here in second, probably a buck that when it's all said and done is probably going to be maybe a little larger at the shoulder than the buck that wins the class, but and a buck that is that he's really young appearing. I put him in motion. I'd like to see him maybe hold just a notch better together when you got him tracking, but that's kind of splitting hairs. A really nice balanced made buck. Come down here in the third spot. He's probably one of the super longer sided bucks in the class. I'd like to thicken him up down his top line there a little bit to get him on up, but as you look at him in his appearance, and it's really obvious he's a young, fresh made sheep. His better days are way ahead of him. Come down here in the fourth spot. Got a really nice big boned buck. I'd like to maybe extend him from his flank to flank a little bit. He's really nice down his top. He's thick. If we could split him out a little bit down from his flank to flank, we could get him moved on up in class. But he just fell in a class with a lot of heat because he's really neat and cool up through his front end. We round a class out the pair of bucks. It just doesn't quite have that scale muscling down their top as the sheep ahead of him, but a really nice class of bucks. Give these guys a nice round of applause as they exit the ring, please.
Now ready for fitted pair of Ram Lambs for the Hampshire show. Placing on the fitted March Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 31, Mum 2248, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second place to 39, Bobendreyer Boys 22-43, Bobendreyer Boys, Sam and Nate Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Third to 35, Jeffrey Held and Family, Aurora, South Dakota. 4 to entry 36, Tinley Spoonster, Eolia, Missouri. 5 to 33, John and Laird Mork, Beldenville, Wisconsin. Sixth place to entry 41, Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio. Placing on the fitted Hampshire pair Ram Lamb class, first place goes to Ellie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Second place second to Bobendreyer Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota. Third to John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin. And four to Jeffrey Heldon family, Aurora, South Dakota.
Here in this junior champion drive, we've got 6 bucks out here that I think represent the breed really well. 6 bucks that can go back into the industry, whether we're making show sheep or going back to making sheep, going to the feed yards that are going to have well-producing lambs or produce lambs that's going to be well-producing. I think lamb's going to go out and do well in the industry. Sheep that I think these bucks got some grow to them. I think coming out of the year, they're going to make big old stout, massive made yearling bucks, and bucks these guys are going to be very proud of. Put your hands together one more time, and I'm going to go out and have another little look-see and shake the hand of your junior champion and reserve junior champion.
Our junior champion for the fitted Hampshire show on the Rams goes to entry 25, first in the February class. Plaza Hamps 1624, Ashton Daniels, Agency, Missouri. Reserve junior champion was second in that February class, entry 26, Alf 323-22, John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin.
Super high quality class, and obviously it's extremely deep from front to rear. And I think these first 3 are sure interchangeable, depending on pick your poison, I guess, if you will. I appreciate the young man sheep that I chose to start with, one that just is extremely tall-shouldered, one that balances good in terms of the top side of her skeleton. I think as we stick that one into motion, I'd like to make that one just a freckle soggier in terms of her flank, and I think that's the sort for me. I've had her anywhere from first to third, depending on that, and I guess I tied with her to run into and call it good enough. She's sound at the ground. She's extremely long-bodied, and she's the biggest frame one out here, obviously. But one for me that is a struggle. I mean, she's not perfect. I'll be the first one to admit she's fit to a T. She handles extremely well. She's square-hipped. She's good-looking. I think just a high-quality one. Another one in two, I think, closely follows that one. One that's extremely neat in terms of her shoulders. She's smooth down her top. She's big and square into her hip. She's probably just a notch square in terms of her hip. We put that one into motion. She's another high-quality one that rivals that class winner. I think those two are extremely, extremely close. You want to flip-flop them, I'm sure, okay with that. Another big, bold, stout one here in three. I love that one on the brace. One that we stick that one, I think, handles extremely neat. She's probably the biggest and boldest in terms of her top. She's the roundest in terms of her rib. She gets a rib short-bodied, I guess, in comparison to those two directly ahead of her. Thus, she's got a shot more rear flank in her than those two do. I think it's competitively close. That one sure in the fight for that as well. We get into four. I say another one that I love the outline design. I love the top side of that one. That one comes out of the back side of her shoulder, extremely neat. She gets a little harder in terms of her flank in comparison to those directly ahead of her, but another one that's big and bold in terms of the ground. She's wide, and we view that one from behind, and I think just an ultra neat one to run into fourth hole. And we go ahead and conclude with one that's just a shot more moderate, I guess, in comparison to those four ahead of her, but I love the build. I love the shoulder design. I love the way that one tracks around the ring, one that's extra square and extra neat in terms of her look. Congratulations.
Placing on the Pole Dorset fitted early fall ewe lamb class. First place goes to entry 68, Reynolds Stock Farm 2202, Mike Reynolds, Almsville, Oregon. Second place to entry number 55, Crouch 2202, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Third to entry 67, Double Vision Dorsets, Brooke and Emma Kyle, Honey Eye Falls, New York. 4 to 65, Jalen DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. 5 to 56, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. 6 to 60, Ty Hodel, Metamora, Illinois. 7th place to entry 62, McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois. 8th place to 59, Hadley Paulus, Castown, Ohio. 9 to 57, Michael Myerscough, Champaign, Illinois. And 10 to 71, Josh Kendrick, Astoria, Illinois.
Here on the fitted Hampshire side, we got 4 big stout bucks out here. We got bucks that can go on and improve about any breeding program, whatever you needed. Pick your poison and roll with it. I got a pair of bucks out here that I think if I was raising fitted Hampshires, I would certainly like to have running at home and for my breeding program. I'm going to go out and show you the 2 I like the best, but get your hands together for another nice round of applause for bringing such a nice set of sheep to town.
Grand Champion fitted ram for the Hampshire show goes to entry number 2, our senior champion out of the fitted yearling ram class, Bobendreyer 2129, Rare Gusto. Bobendreyer, Hampshire's Pipestone, Minnesota. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion, Entry 25, Plaza Hamps 1624, Ashton Daniels, Agency, Missouri.
So here in our senior division, I think 6 outstanding individuals, and I dig in on all of them. I think they each bring some different things to the table. That being said, I think there's one out here that's ultra neat in terms of her look, one that really hits me in terms of just her extras that she brings to the table. I think it gets considerably closer for reserve, but I think there's one that follows up with her. I'll go show you the pair that I like. Congratulations to all.
For the fitted Paul Dorset show, our senior champion senior champion U came from the late yearling U class. Entry 41, Scotch Lane Farm, 708 AI, Wanda, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. The reserve senior champion fitted U was entry 44, second in that fitted late yearling U class, Pine Knob Farm, 2124, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut.
if I was going to get back into the fitted hams, I'd back the trailer to the door and we'd just load the whole group of ewes, and it'd be a whale of a place to start at. We're kind of starting off here with, we got these, all 5 of the 6 of these top ewes here. You could flip-flop them anyway and still make it sound justifiable on the mic. We're kind of starting off here with long-sided ewe. She's maybe not the tallest in the class, but she falls in there probably the longest. Good-footed, good bone, clean front-ended, balanced level. Got tremendous amount of rib shape. When you put her in motion, she just kind of glides and floats around the room or the ring there. Come back here in second. Really ewe that falls in there. They could be fleshmate sisters. Really appreciate her up through her front end. Maybe when you stand behind her and you lay your hands on her, she maybe gets a little shorter from the ewe that wins the class, but that's splitting hairs. But a really nice pair of ewes. Come down here in the third spot. I really love this ewe for the rib shape, the volume, the mass she's got to her. What lands her in third is the 2 ewes ahead of her are a little cooler up through the front end, a little more extended, and that is splitting hairs, but a sheep that these 4-H kids should be very, very proud to own. Come back here in the fourth spot. We got a really cool profiling ewe. I'd like to maybe stiffen her up a little bit in her bone work, maybe throw a few more feathers on her legs there, but she's a big stout-made ewe that I think is going to be able to lay down and shell out some babies and milk and do a great job. We come on back down here in the line. We got a couple ewes that rounding out the deal, that they got some bone to them, some mass to them, maybe just not quite as smooth down the top as the sheep ahead of her, but a really nice yearling ewe there. We rounded out with probably maybe one of the larger statured females in the class. For as big as she is, I'd like to see a little more bone underneath her, put a little more wool on those legs, but a really nice ewe that these young men ought to be very proud to own. Give them a nice round of applause as they exit the ring.
Another good class over here in our Dorset side, and I think it gets extremely competitive, and there's some sure differences and some sort in those top 3. I've had them all in the top slot, and I obviously it was a challenge for me, and the one that goes ahead and wins is one that maybe doesn't want to get out and go. I think we'd like to change her attitude a little bit, but I think once those young people get that one calmed down and settled, that's the one that's the most robust in terms of her rib, and I think one that wants to just push off with a rear hock just a shot better than the one that's directly behind her. She's the stoutest one of those top 3. She's the squarest and biggest and boldest one, but I think, but more importantly, I think on her rear wheels, I think she's going to go ahead and excel in this particular division. The one in second, I think no doubt about it's going to be a bigger next year, one that's extremely long from flank to flank. I struggle with that one. I think on the move, I call her acceptable, and we sit there and we view her from this angle right here. She wants to hyperextend her rear hock there. I think it's a little bit she's got quite a bit of wool on there, so maybe take a little bit of that off and we can kind of angle that a little different. I think when she gets out and goes, she's okay. As she sits here and wants to brace, she's one that we want to hyperextend that ever so slightly. I think that's a high quality one that is build is good. When she gets out and goes, she floats around the ring. She's tall shouldered and tall chested. I like that one a great deal as well. And another one that sure fought for the top slot was here in 3. I think one that maybe the combination of those top 2, one that if we could just change that one out of the top side of her hip, make her just a shot leveler, that one can go ahead and rise to the top. We're 1 and 4. I think one that probably is the one that makes the judge look silly next year. That one's a little harder in terms of her body, but that one's extreme in terms of her look. She's tall in terms of her shoulder. She's not quite as soggy in terms of her flank. She's not quite as stout in terms of her bone work. As we continue to feed on that one, I think that one's going to get better and better every day of her life. And just a super complete one to round out the top 5. I like the swoop to that one's belly. I like the way that one's forerib to flank ratio goes. Just not quite as stout and as square as those that are directly ahead of her.
Placing on the class of fitted yearling ewes for the Hampshire show. This is the early division. First place goes to entry number 53, Alf 28221, John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin. Second to entry 45, Hickman 1523, John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin. Third place to 51, Phyllis Davison, Beatrice, Nebraska. 4 to 50, Peterson Sheep Company, Doug and Lindy Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota. 5 to 55, Bobendreyer Boys, Sam and Nate Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. 6 to 52, Bobendreyer Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota. 7 to 42, Tinley Spoonster, Eolia, Missouri. 8 to 48, Tinley Spoonster. 9 to 47, Kate Person, Forreston, Illinois. And 10 to 43, Brad Larson, Blair, Nebraska. Placing on the late fall ewe lamb class for the Poll Dorsets in the fitted division. First place to 85, Spildy 9533, Beckett Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to entry 76, Purple Ribbon Farm 659, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Third to 86, Jalen DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. 4 to 79, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. 5 to 90, Ariana Ross, Roanoke, Illinois. 6th place to 75, Mike Reynolds, Reynolds Stock Farm, Almsville, Oregon. 7 to entry 87, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. 8 to entry 88, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. 9 to entry 77, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. And 10 to 89, Jalen DeFries, Freeport, Illinois.
Once again, another powerful class with some differences. I think our class winner, though, is one that surfaces to the top, but one that's extra complete in terms of her look and her handle. She's the one that balances up as good. She's big square in terms of her hip. She's good at the ground. She gets around the ring on a good set of feet and legs, and I think just a nice place to start. Super freaky long-bodied one there in two. I think one that's extreme in terms of her makeup. She's good in terms of her shoulder. Top side of that one, skeleton's extremely neat. We just want to soften that one up in her flank, and I think that'll come in time. One that's not quite as square as our class winner in terms of her hip and her hind leg, but I think one that's extremely neat in terms of her look and her build. We get into three. I think one, again, that maybe matches our class winner a notch better, one that's got a turn to her forerib. She's got some shape down her top. She's big and she's bold. She's a little plainer in terms of her chest in comparison to those two directly ahead of them, but I think a high-quality one that fits into three real nice for me today. We get into four, and I think one that reads a notch more youthful in terms of her look. She's a shade maybe greener in terms of those that are directly ahead of her, but I think one the future looks bright. That one's extremely neat in terms of her shoulders. She's long down her top. She's good on her feet and legs, and I think as we continue to feed on that one, one that progresses and makes into a big yearling. And we go ahead and conclude with one that I sure think no real holes in that one at all. I think that one's sound at the ground, good in terms of her look and her build. Just maybe not quite the wow factor as what we have in those directly ahead of her. High quality class. Congratulations once again.
Placing on the class of Pole Dorset fitted winter ewe lambs, first place goes to entry 100, Double Vision Dorsets 2252, Double Vision Dorsets, Brooke and Emma Kyle, Honey Eye Falls, New York. Second place to 96, Stunkel 3689, Glenn Stunkel, Tuscarora, Maryland. Third to 93, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. 4 to 98, Mike Reynolds, Reynolds Stock Farm, Almsville, Oregon. 5 to entry 95, Thomas Vandeventer, Camargo, Illinois. 6 to entry 101, Arndt Akers, Cologne, Minnesota. And 7 to 97, Josh Kendrick, Astoria, Illinois.
Here on the Hampshire fitted side, we got a really nice set of ewes out here. There's all kinds of shapes, kinds out here. We're starting off the female that in my mind, she sorts herself to the top rather easy. She's big ribbed, she's level, she's got some bone work under her. Really appreciate her up through her front end. You put her in motion and she holds together really well. Probably one of the larger volumed ewes are here in second. She's really long-sided. She's really big ribbed. I'd love to just deepen her up back in her flank a little bit and change her off her set on her hocks when you put her in motion. But you got to appreciate the length of side, the length of top, the thickness of top that this sheep's got. If we could change her in those two aspect areas, we'd win the class rather easily with her. We come back with another big old rib-made ewe, really thick down her top. Just gives up a little of that overall length of side as the two females ahead of her. But a sheep that these 4-H girls should be very proud to show and own. Come back here and we got probably here in the 4 spot, probably one of the larger statured females in the class. She's really long-sided. You put her in motion and she just doesn't quite hold together as well as the 3 females ahead of her, but another sheep that would be proud to own in your breeding program. We come on down here in the 5 spot, probably one of the higher fitted ewes in the class, really pretty breed typed. When these girls got her stuck, she looks like $1,000,000. You put her in motion and she kind of comes apart a hair a bit. If we could change her in that aspect, we could definitely get her moved right on up in class, but give these guys a nice round of applause.
Placing on the fitted Hampshire late yearling ewe class, first place goes to entry number 62, BMWM 180, Barrett Marshall, Arlington, South Dakota. Second place to entry 67, Kelgard 21-86, Holly, Ty, and Aaron Kelgard, Takema, Nebraska. Third place to entry 57, Blaney Woods, Tonganoxie, Kansas. 4 to 56, Holly, Ty, and Aaron Kelgard, Takema, Nebraska. 5 to entry 64, Brad Larson, Blair, Nebraska. 6 to 66, Blaney Woods, Tonganoxie, Kansas. 7 to 68, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. 8th place to entry number 61, Randy Behrens, Parker, South Dakota. 9 to 59, Bobendreyer, Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota. And 10 to entry 65, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Placing on the class of pair yearling ewes for the fitted Hampshires, first place goes to John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin. Second place to Holly, Ty, and Aaron Kelgard, Takema, Nebraska. Third, Blaney Woods, Tonganoxie, Kansas. 4, Bobendreyer boys, Sam and Nate Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. And 5 to Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. 6 to Bobendreyer, Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota.
a really nice set of fall ewe lambs out here. We're going to start off a ewe lamb, and she's really big ribbed. You really appreciate the way that neck comes up out of her shoulder. She's got tremendous amount of bone work to her. She's fighting these boys a little bit, but you put her in motion, and she really sails in there to the top. Probably the larger statured female is here, and too. I really appreciate this sheep for her grow ability. She's maybe not quite as thick down her top as the sheep ahead of her, but I think she's going to have a really bright future to her. I'd like to maybe change her a notch of how that neck comes up out of her shoulder, but a sheep that I think on down the road is her better days are coming. Down here in 3, when she came in, I thought that was probably the one that was going to beat. She handles really fresh. She's probably one of the shorter fleece sheep out here. She floats around really nice and easy. I'd like to change her coming from her pin set back just a hair bit to get her moved up any higher in class. There in the 4 spot, we got a really nice big made ewe. I'd just like to lengthen her from flank to flank to get her moved on up any higher in class. We got there in the 5 spot. Really got to appreciate the length, the side, the elevation up through the front end. I like this sheep a tremendous amount. We put her in motion and she starts to fall apart a little bit. If we could drop her in that flank just a notch, change her off that set when you put her in motion, she would win the class very, very easily for me. We come back there and we round out the 5 or 6 spot there. A really nice made ewe. She just doesn't quite have that coming off her hip set as the sheep ahead of her, but really nice group of fall ewe lambs. Give these guys a nice round of applause. They exit the ring.
Super high quality class on the Dorset side, and I think just proportionality sorts this one. The one we start with is the most youthful appearing one in the class, and I think one that just proportionally through her head and her neck and her shoulder, one that comes progressively neater, and one that we study that one from the outside in. I like the way that one gets progressively deeper in her flank. She's good down her top. She's probably the stoutest in terms of handling of any out there, one of the bigger bone ones in the class, and I think just a nice place to start for me. Another one that follows her in type and kind, I think, in 2. One that's extra neat in terms of her shoulder. She's good up top. One that the top side of her skeleton matches our class winner. She's maybe a rib shorter bodied in comparison, but she's also a shot taller. I think it's comparatively close. Those 2 match up pretty good for me today. I think just a high quality pair. Same goes for the 1 and 3. I mean, I've had these 3 all mixed up, bag of fruit, I guess, if you will, in this particular drive. I love this one's just in terms of size and mass and volume. This is the biggest rib, boldest sprung one of the top 3. But also, I guess when you get on top of that one's probably the narrowest out of the back side of her shoulder is in comparison to those that are directly ahead of her. I like that one at the ground, one that takes her around the ring, good flank, nice sheep to go into 3. Super eye-peeling one in 4. I think one that from the outside in gives you a good look. She's got some shape down her top. We stick that one into motion. She wants to get just a notch higher in terms of her spine, a little tighter in terms of her flank. And then a super complete one to go ahead and conclude the class with. I love the proportionality of this one as well. One that's straight as a string down her top, sound at the ground. High-quality individual.
Placing on the class of senior ewe lambs in the fitted division of our Hampshire show. First place to entry 73, FSF 150, Ty Fuller, Clark, South Dakota. Second to entry 75, held 21-4225, Jeffrey Heldon family, Aurora, South Dakota. Third to 76, Ellie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. 4 to 72, Bobendreyer, Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota. 5 to 80, Brad Larson, Blair, Nebraska. 6 to 79, Mike Caskey, Holland, Minnesota. 7 to 74, Bobendreyer, Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota. 8 to 78, Richard Krakow, Rickow, Hamps, Arcadia, Wisconsin. 9 to entry number 70, John and Laird Mork, Beldenville, Wisconsin. Placing on the class of fitted spring ewe lambs for the Pole Dorsets. First place to entry 116. Nichols Sheep Farm 2205, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. 2 to 110, Ross 2202, Ariana Ross, Roanoke, Illinois. Third to 105, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. Fourth place to 118, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. 5 to 102, Michael Myerscough, Champaign, Illinois. 6 to 104, Gemma Dorsey, Monroe, Illinois. 7 to 117, Glenn Stunkel, Tuscarora, Maryland. 8 to 108, Jalen DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. 9 to entry 119, Delaney Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. And 10 to 114, Dwayne Aldrich, DeSmit, South Dakota.
Here in this champion senior drive, we've got 6 females out here that represent the breed really well. And I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but when you're finding sheep you like, your reasoning should pretty much sound the same. There's 6 females that I think can go back into the industry and and play in about any place in the world and be still real respected. These ewes, they're big in their areas. They're clean fronted. They've got some muscling to them, and I think you could knock the wool off most of these ewes out here, and they would still look good sheared. But that comes down to 3 ewes that hit me pretty hard in class, and I'm going to go out and kind of have another look at them and show you the 2 I like the best. Put your hands together for them one time.
For the fitted Hampshire show, our senior champion and reserve senior champion, both coming out of that fitted early yearling U class. The senior champion, entry number 53, Alf 282-21, John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin. The reserve senior champion, entry 45, Hickman 1523, John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Pole Dorset Fitted Division. First place goes to Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Second, Double Vision Dorsets, Brooke and Emma Kyle, Honey Eye Falls, New York. Third place to Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Fourth place, Ariana Ross, Roanoke, Illinois. 5, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Sixth place, Mike Reynolds, Reynolds Stock Farm, Almsville, Oregon. 7, Jalen DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Eighth place, Glenn Stunkel, Tuscarora, Maryland. 9 to Taylor Dietz, Seymour, Illinois.
As we get out here to select our junior champion, I think again 6 outstanding individuals. We've got a little bit of, I guess, some differences out there, and more than I would prefer, I guess. But in my opinion, when we go out there and select them out of their classes, we just kind of deal with the hands that were dealt. I think there's, like I said, 6. I think there's a pair, 3 of them that are in heavy contention. I think we stick them into motion, and it kind of sorts a little bit for me. But it gets competitively close for all positions. Go ahead and we'll select our champion, and I'll go back out there and reevaluate, and we move that second place one up. But I think, once again, high quality set. We'll go ahead and find you one.
Our junior champion for the fitted Pole Dorset show was entry 116 out of the fitted spring ewe lamb class, Nichols Sheep Farm 2205, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. The reserve junior champion came from the fitted late fall ewe lamb class, entry number 85, Spildy 9533, Beckett Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin.
Well, folks, as we get out here to select our grand champion, I think, again, four high-quality individuals, and I apologize for taking a little bit of time. I just want to make sure I get everything in my mind, I guess, how I like it and how I want to see them, and I think there's nothing neater in the world than seeing a highly presented, highly fit one on the green chips, and I think that's just one of those things that we read about, take pictures about, we look at them, and I think it's just very, very unique to have the opportunity to evaluate them, so I sure thank you to the Dorset folks, and I've enjoyed it completely, and I think these four are an excellent representation of the breed. I think, once again, took a little bit of time, but I can assure you it was not for champion. I think there's one out here that's an absolute hammer for what I'm looking for and the things that I like, one that puts it together extremely well. It gets competitively close for reserve, and I can go live with either direction that you want to go with that. I'll show you mine, and congratulations to all.
Hey, got a really nice class of fall ewe lambs. They were really fun to work through. They say come to Louisville and judge the fitted hamps. It'll be fun. Well, it was till we get into here, but we're going to start off with maybe a little more fault-free sheep. She's really flashy. Kind of when she came in, she had that look she was going to get her done, and she sailed right on up there in the top. There in second, maybe a little shorter-sided sheep than the one that wins the class. If we could stretch her, I think we could get her moved on up. But a really young appearing sheep, a sheep that handles really fresh to her touch. I'd like to lengthen her from flank to flank, and then I think we could get her right up in there. But really nice headed sheep. Come back here in second, or third, excuse me. A really long-sided sheep. Maybe from her pin set back, she shortens up a notch as the sheep that wins the class, but that's kind of splitting hairs. Maybe not quite as much a rib shape as the one that wins the class, but a sheep that these kids ought to be very proud of. Then we come on down the line, we get into a little more treble children. A ewe lamb that when you put her in motion, she doesn't hold quite as well together as the ones that win the class, the sheep ahead of her, but really long-sided, and there's a tremendous amount of good to that sheep. We round the 5 out with the ewe lamb. Starting to get a little bold in her shoulder for me today. If I could level her coming off her pin set from her pin, hooks back to her pins, extend her maybe a notch, we could get her moved on up in class, but a really cool set of sheep. Give these guys a nice round of applause.
For the fitted Pole Dorset show, our grand champion ewe went to entry number 41, our senior champion out of the late fitted yearling ewe class, Scotch Lane Farm 708 AI, Wanda, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion out of the fitted spring ewe lamb class, entry 116, Nichols Sheep Farm 2205, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Now ready for fitted flock. Fitted flock will be your next class for the Pole Dorset show. Placing on the January fitted ewe lamb class for the Hampshires, first place goes to entry 87, Alf 304-22, John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin. Second place to 81, Charland Farms 2228, Ellie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Third place to entry 88, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 4-94, Mike Caskey, Holland, Minnesota. 5 to entry 915, Avery Smith, Spirit Lake, Iowa. 6 to 83, Blaney Woods, Tonganoxie, Kansas. 7 to entry 93, Bobendreyer Boys, Sam and Nate Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. 8 to 90, Bobendreyer Hampshires, Pipestone, Minnesota. 9 to 85, Dylan Klug, Campbellsport, Wisconsin. And 10 to 86, Rodney Scheller, Monticello, Minnesota. Placing on the flock class for the fitted division of the Pole Dorset's first place and winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Second place in the flock, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Third to McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois. That does conclude the Pole Dorset fitted portion. Now ready to go into our Slick Shorn yearling rams, Slick Shorn portion of the Pole Dorset show. Judging our National Pole Dorset show for the Slickshorn division is Craig Beckmeyer from Morrisonville, Illinois. Craig is an animal science instructor and livestock judging coach at Lincoln Land Community College. Also, he operates with his family Beckmeyer Livestock, consisting of 2 very elite donkeys, Southdown sheep, Dorper sheep, and Hampshire sheep. Craig enjoys sports of all kinds and being a father. And he is very thankful for a very incredible, supportive wife, Michelle.
Well, it is a pleasure to be with you today over here on the Slickshore Dorset side, and a show that I'm looking forward to, and a really nice way to start this thing off. I'm going to move away from that. Really 2 bucks that have the right kind of shape and have the right kind of power, and I really like the way they're designed in terms of their hip. But of those 2, the more elite buck up front is easily the class winner. I think you just study that one in terms of the base of his chest, his width, his squareness, the shape to his shoulder, his ability to tie that neck high out of there. Still comes with plenty of length of body from their back. And then I think a most impressive view is you step right behind him in terms of just his width from stifle to stifle, the way he's building his upper hip. The obvious pick on him, and I would like to see him have more just foot and bone and feature underneath him, but that's a really nice one to lead off with. I think the decision in class for me is more between second and third, and the buck in second, if you can get past his shoulder, his front end assembly, the uniqueness that he brings to the table for me is pretty superior there in terms of shape, squareness. I'd trust him to go ahead and sire that into his offspring just a little bit better. Again, if we could relax him just a bit and let him just get out and go more comfortably, I would sure like to challenge there on first a little bit more. I love the ruggedness and the stoutness, and I like bone, and I like the power that comes with the buck in 3. For me, he's just entirely too plain in terms of his hip and the way he's built there. I'd like to just square him up out of his dock. Like to change that one's shape a bit. Again, that's a practical good herd sire, though. Never going to make a bad kind of livestock, just not as unique in this particular class. Now what we follow with is another big rugged buck. You guys should be proud of that sheep's mass and dimension. Like to change his mouth today. Like to see that buck just hold himself together a bit neater there when we get him in motion. Congratulations, sir, on our first class. Nice set of sheep to start with.
Placing on that Slickshorn yearling ram class for the Pole Dorsets, first place to entry number 123, row 2162, Myers Pole Dorsets and George Clayton, Rushvania, Ohio. Second place to entry 124, NOC OS 19427211174, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Third to entry 120, Hattie Hobbs, Bath Springs, Tennessee. And 4 to entry 121, Troy Byer, West Mansfield, Ohio.
here in this fall ewe lamb, or this ewe lamb class, excuse me. There is a tremendous amount of females that went back to the barn that are really worthy to be out here. Really long-sided. Most of them was good-footed, good-boned. We're going to start off the really flashy sheep here. She's a really pretty breed type. Got tremendous amount of bone under her, a lot of wool on her legs. And she's probably one of the shorter fleece sheep in the class. You lay your hands on her, she handles really fresh, really long from that 13th rib back. We come in here in the ewe there in the second hole. I really like the profile on this sheep, the elevation up through the front end. She might shorten up a notch from her hooks to her pins as the sheep that wins it. Maybe doesn't have quite as much lower leg as the sheep that wins the class, but that's splitting hairs because she's an awful fine made sheep. Come back here in the 3 spot. I really thought when she came in, she was going to be the one year it's going to be hard to get around, and she still is. You get to look at these sheep back on the side view. You got to appreciate everything about her. Her length of side, or her length of top, from her hooks back to her pin. She's really long. She's really good up through the front end. Stands right up on them toes where she needs to. Maybe lightens up in the bone work just a notch as the female's ahead of her. Maybe it's not quite as long as from flank to flank as the 2 sheep ahead of her, but a sheep that I think coming out of the year, she's going to come out here and probably make a fool out of me. We come down here in the next ewe there, a really nice balanced sheep. She's just starting to get a little bold down through her front end as the ones ahead of her, but this time of the year they should be starting to put on some. Maybe from her coming out of her pin set, she's not quite as wide as the sheep ahead of her, but these young men ought to be really proud of her. We rounded out with a sheep that I really like the profile on this sheep. I like everything, the extension up through her front end. I like, you put her in, she starts to tighten up a little in the flank, and if we could drop her in that flank a little bit, she would easily win the class. Really, really easy for me because she is one of the prettier profiling sheep in the class. Give these guys a nice round of applause.
Just a couple bucks here to visit about, and 2 sheep that offer a lot of good in terms of their basics. And I do think, guys, that this is a very close decision because I like different things about each one of them. For me, the class winner's advantage is when you get him on the move. If you study that one from his hip back and where he's built into his upper hip, the use of his hind leg, and then the way he goes to the ground, all those things lead to a little higher quality design and build, in my opinion. And what makes it close is just from the side, he's a little deeper there. I'd like to shallow that one up front and drop his flank in him, and that's where that buck in second is easily the one at the stand that draws my attention in terms of his balance and proportions. It's just that last view there from his hip back and his hind leg not being square enough and true enough. I'll line him this way. I prefer a hind leg design like that. Congratulations.
Placings on the class of February fitted Hampshire's first place goes to entry 106, Held 214294, Jeffrey Held and family, Aurora, South Dakota. Second to 108, BMWM 261, Blanche, Barrett Marshall, Arlington, South Dakota. Third to 101, John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin. 4 to 102, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. 5 to 113, Brad Larson, Blair, Nebraska. 6th place to 97, Holly, Ty, and Aaron Kelgard, Takema, Nebraska. 7 to 104, Bobendreyer, Hampshire's, Pipestone, Minnesota. 8 to Mike Caskey, Holland, Minnesota. 9th place to 114, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 10 to entry 109, Ashton Daniels, Agency, Missouri. Placing on the Pole Dorset Slickshorn Fall Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 126, Troy Byer, 484, Troy Byer, West Mansfield, Ohio. Second place to 125, W.D. Dorset's 1184, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania.
This is certainly one of the more interesting top pair discussions, just because I realize we represent a couple different things even within the slick shears. And as the day goes, I think you guys will find I'm going to just try to use the best sheep in each particular situation and not be married to a certain type or kind within where we're at, and let you guys go ahead and raise what you're trying to raise, because I do see advantages all across the board in that discussion. For me, the one that's more unique and the one that's harder to create and build and breed is this class winner. That sheep, for me, when you study his rib cage, you study him in motion, study the way he's built out into his hip and his hind leg, those things are all there. Now, it's easy to be a little more collected when you're giving up some framework, and that's where I see that sheep. I don't think this is an easy decision, but that's a high quality, really, really good structured buck to go ahead and start this class. There's still a lot of value in this sheep in second, and if I could modify the shape to his shoulder blade, boy, I would be a lot bigger fan. And that's just the thing that I keep gravitating back toward, is how he's built too low and round at the base of his shoulder. I love him at the top side. Young lady, you get him propped up and his neck comes up with great extension. That sheep's got way more performance than the class winner. It's just that shoulder shape that bothers me, because it seems to breed on. Study that one from behind, and he is a little flatter there if you're going to go from a comparative standpoint, just his rib cage and his body shape. Good practical buck to round out this group. Again, just a bit plainer. I think that one represents very good livestock. He's not as unique when we set him in here in the green shavings, but real high-quality class. Congratulations.
Placing on the Pole Dorset Slickshorn Winter Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 130, Pine Ridge Dorset's 22040, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry 129, H. Barkley, 2211, Heidi Barkley, Buffalo Mills, Pennsylvania. Third place to entry 128, Troy Byer, West Mansfield, Ohio.
Hey, what a fun class here, and high quality sheep, sheep that offer a lot of good and differences. And I'm just going to talk you guys through them how I like them, and I easily like this one to win, and there's no debate on that from my end. You want to talk about one that's heavy structured, one that's really, really agile. I love that one's ability to get out and travel. You stop there and study him, his piece is fit. He's symmetrical, he's balanced, he's plenty powerful. And then I like the way he attaches his neck off the top side of his shoulders, particularly in motion. That one's ability to just go, to me, is a proven fact. You can trust that one long term, and I really, really like that sheep from that regard. If I'm going to criticize him, I like to see him just a nickel taller fronted. I like taller fronted sheep, and he's just on the line for me there, but I don't read him as out of balance, and I don't read him as deep chested. He's just extra moderate. The sheep in second does run uphill. I like that about him. Man, this one touches good. Tremendous shape when you step right in behind him. You can see right here what I have a problem with. His hock's built too long into him. He just isn't secure enough in terms of his hind leg. And I'd really, really like to just honestly straighten him up a nickel to go ahead and rival that class winner. But he does have advantages up front. And again, I love the way that one touches. Really later maturing buck in 3, and one at the stand that I like. Like, he's my kind. Elevated. He's probably as good in terms of his blade length and elevation up front as anything in class. From this same vantage point, though, that's the flatter sheep. That's the sheep especially into his upper hip that I'd like to just expand and open up relative to what's ahead of him. And then in motion, he's sound, but he doesn't stay as collected, and I'd like to just define that and change him a bit. I do like that sheep, though, and really read a lot of promise in him as well. Different sheep in 4, really, really the stout sheep in class in terms of skeletal width. In terms of just hip shape and power. Young lady gets him propped up there, and he looks really, really good. Personally, for me, he's a nickel on the quick side, and you see him in motion. His hind leg step is about 2 inches. I need to see that sheep actually reach out and stride, look more like our class winner from that regard. And while he's incredibly large testicled, I don't particularly like how he handles up there at the top side of that testicle today either. So there's some things I'd modify, but that's still an interesting one. That's a breeding sheep that's going to make a difference. Get him on the right kind of use. A really neat muscular sheep here to round out the group that just in terms of bone work and stoutness is the sheep that's an outlier, and he's an outlier in the wrong direction. He's just too fragile out here, but that's a solid one as well. It's a high-quality class, guys. A lot of good in here. Congratulations to our breeders.
Placing on the class of slick-shorn spring ram lambs for the Poll Dorsets. First place to entry number 137, Martin 22052, Blake and Brett Martin, Attica, Ohio. Second place to 134, Frank the Tank, Dorsets and Daylilies 2, Hainsley Hatfield, Zanesville, Ohio. Third to 133, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. 4 to entry number 138, Braylon Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. 5 to 140, Caleb Mahan, Huntsville, Arkansas. 6 to 136, Blake and Brett Martin, Attica, Ohio. 7th place to entry 135, Troy Byer, West Mansfield, Ohio. And 8 to 139, Michael Beelwicks, Hunt, New York.
Here on the fitted Hampshire side, we got a group of ewe lambs out here that I think are really cool, really designed well. Got some bone to them. Travel around the ring free and easy. We're starting off the larger statured sheep, and that's not why she's up there. She is the shortest fleece sheep in the class by far. She handles the longest from her 13th rib back. She comes into her hip from that pin set back. She is really long and deep, really elevated up through the front end. I think her brighter days are way ahead of her. I think come another year, she's going to be that big, flashy, slouch-made show yearling ewe that if you go to a sale with her, I think she'll bring a tremendous amount of money to the table. Come back here in second, maybe a little heavier bone sheep in the class, maybe shortens up from her pin set back compared to the sheep that wins the class, but you got to really appreciate her up through her front end and the bone work, and you know she's certainly looks like a Hampshire in the head there when you look at her. We come back here in the third. I like this sheep a tremendous amount. I thought I was going to get to win the class with her when she came in. You get to looking at her at the ones ahead of her. I really like this sheep up through her front end. She's certainly got a tremendous amount of bone under her, and she looks like a Hampshire when you look at her in the head. You stand back and look at them on the side from flank to flank. She shortens up a notch as the two ahead of her, but that's just kind of splitting hairs because she's really nice tip, and I think she's going to make a powerful yearling ewe coming out of the year. We come back here in the 4th spot. Got another ewe lamb, and she just shortens up a little bit. Just doesn't quite have as much to her, but well, you put her in motion, and she holds together, and she's balanced, and she's certainly a really good breed type. We rounded out with a ewe lamb that really good bodied, really thick down her top. I like her up through her front end. You put her in motion, and you kind of get behind her, and you like to change the way she tracks away from you a little bit. If we could change that, we could get her moved on up in class. But give these guys a nice round of applause.
Placing on the Slickshorn pair of Ram Lambs for the Pole Dorsets, first place to Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. Placing on the Hampshire fitted March Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 127, Kelgard 22-133, Holly, Ty, and Aaron Kelgard, Takema, Nebraska. Second to 130, Caskey, C157, Mike Caskey, Holland, Minnesota. Third to 131, Tinley Spoonster, Eolia, Missouri. 4 to 125, Plaza Livestock Agency, Missouri. 5 to 133, Tinley Spoonster, Eolia, Missouri. 6 to 134, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 7 to 126, Vanessa Herrig, Burbank, South Dakota. 8 to 121, Ronald Pullen, Waterloo, Iowa. 9 to 118, Blaney Woods, Tonganoxie, Kansas. And 10 to 119, Kate Person, Foreston, Illinois.
Okay, let's put our hands together and congratulate our young people and exhibitors, both, on the champions out here for Slickshire Dorset. Went through and talked about them. I don't like to go back, and I try to be as honest and complimentary as we go through them, and I certainly think there's some bucks out here with tremendous value. Again, each program has a little different idea in mind of what they're going for. I certainly know where I want to be on things. I'll show you your champion reserve today, but a very quality set of bucks, a really nice way to start our show. Again, my hat's off to you and congratulations.
For the Slickshorn Pole Dorsets, our grand champion ram was entry 137 out of the Spring Ram Lamb class. Martin, 22052, Blake and Brett Martin, Attica, Ohio. The reserve grand champion Slickshorn Ram, entry 134, second in that Spring Ram Lamb class. Dorsets and Daylilies 2, Frank the Tank, Hainsley Hatfield, Zanesville, Ohio. Placing on the fitted pair of ewe lambs for the Hampshire show, first place went to John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin. Second, Jeff Heldon family, Aurora, South Dakota. Third place, Mike Caskey, Holland, Minnesota. 4, Ellie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. 5, Bobendreyer Hamps, Pipestone, Minnesota. 6th place, Bobendreyer boys, Sam and Nate Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. 7, Vanessa Herrig. 8, Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio.
Here in this junior champion drive, we've got 6 really neat females out here. And if any of you breeders out here, you deserve a real round of applause because you guys brought a whale of a set of sheep to town. You guys have put some bone work back under this Hampshire breed, and you're getting them to where they can walk again and track out. My hat off to each and every one of you. I've got 3 ewe lambs out here that kind of popped to hit me pretty hard in class. I think they're sheep that are functional that can go on and come back next year and be really stout-made yearling ewes. I'm going to go out and show you the 2 I like the best. Put your hands together for these breeders are bringing a nice set of sheep to town.
For the fitted Hampshire show, our junior champion is the class winner of the February ewe lamb class, entry 106, held 214294, Jeffrey Heldon family, Aurora, South Dakota. The reserve junior champion came from the March ewe lamb class, entry 120, the January ewe lamb class, entry number 87, Alf 30422, John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin.
Well, it's certainly been a privilege and an honor to be invited here to sort your fitted Hamp Sheep Show. We've got the two senior champions and the two junior champions out here, and I think you could go either way. You could probably use the ones in the second hole and still talk them on the mic and make it sound right. But I'm really like this set of four females out here a tremendous amount, and give these guys a nice round of applause. And I'm going to go show you the two I like the best and give a couple purple banners away.
Grand Champion Fitted ewe for the Hampshire Show went to the Senior Champion ewe, entry number 53, Alf 28221. John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin. The Reserve Grand Champion ewe was our Junior Champion ewe out of the Fitted February ewe lamb class, entry 106. Held 214294. Jeffrey Heldon family, Aurora, South Dakota. Our Fitted Premier Exhibitor Award will be announced when we have finished the entire show. We'll announce both premier exhibitors, both the Fitted and the Slick, at that time.
What a whale of a set of yearling ewes over here on the Slick Shear Dorset side. And I'll be honest with you, you could go back and grab about 5 of them that I kicked out, and you're still making very good sheep. I'm so impressed with what this breed's doing. The top 2 are awesome sheep, period. They're so different. And honestly, I'd take both of them. I'd love to have both of them. I'm going to walk you guys through where I'm at. And if you come to my house ever, then you know why I use the ewe that I use to win. And I love sheep that are right up there at the base of her chest. I love sheep that have extension. I love sheep that have the look and the design of that one. And that one's special in terms of her ability to have her bottom side line sit in her like that with that kind of extension up front. And she's not flat and she's not light dimensioned. She is looking heavy bred. And as I study that one, that's one thing that looks like it's starting to throw her off a little bit in terms of agility. That used just right there. I also think that's what helps her look so balanced and so proportional and so neat from the side right now. It's a close pair. I like both these females a ton. She is a bit trimmer as well, and I'm pretty probably overcritical of sheep that are right in terms of condition. I love the ewe in second. Stout, studly, brood ewe kind of female. She's shorter everywhere. She's shorter bodied, she's shorter necked, she's shorter hipped. Everything's just a bit more compact in that ewe. And then if she moved better, I would call that an advantage. She moves different. I don't think either one of those ewes are perfect on the go. I think they're both exceptional females, though. To be this close to lambing and that good, you guys are bringing out a whale of a set of sheep. Interesting sheep in 3. Tons of muscle, tons of power, still in a big package. To me, she's the plainer ewe of those 3. She might also be the most unique in terms of that kind of shape, that kind of design to her rib cage. That one should generate and make a lot of money. I have no question in this set of ewes being really, really prominent as we move forward within the breed. That's how good I think this top 5 is. I love the ewe in 4 in terms of muscle shape, in terms of being really, truly, probably the most uniquely round in terms of her rib cage. That one is so cool in terms of her shape. Now, within class, it's easy to see from the outside. She is the more moderate sheep. I don't think she's improvement when you get her on the move. I just think she's so unique in terms of her body shape, her build, and the way she's designed. Take her to the ground, she probably could use just a nickel more foot size, really, especially to rival that big stout ewe up there in second. We get down here into the ewe that rounds out the group, like to pull a little color off of her nose region personally. I don't think she's out of bounds by any stretch. That too's a really, really good, high-quality kind of sheep. In motion, she's the ewe that gets a little plainer for me today. She just comes to us a little bit more moderate, a little quicker in her kind. What a whale of a set of yearling ewes. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Placing on the class of slick-shorn yearling ewes for the Poll Dorsets, first place to 146. HC Showstock 21008, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. Second place to entry 149, Obsession Showstock 1240, Braylon Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. Third to entry number 142, Braylon Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. 4 to 152, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. 5 to entry 151, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. 6th place to entry number 141, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. 7 to entry 154, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. 8 to 150, Nicole Lassiter, Bath Springs, Tennessee. 9 to entry 153, Northern Oklahoma Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. And 10 to 147, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. We're now beginning our Hampshire Slickshorn show. Yearling Rams are currently in the ring. Our judge is Evan Snyder of Glen, Pennsylvania. Evan grew up in Oklahoma, and he showed sheep in 4-H and FFA programs. He's now the farm manager for Macaulay Suffolk, where they run 400 mature ewes. Evan really enjoys working with youth sheep programs across the country. He also enjoys college football until the Pokes decided not to want to win anymore. Go Pokes. Evan is honored to be asked to judge here on the green shavings, and he wishes all the exhibitors all the luck. Placing on the Poll Dorset Slick-Shorn Pair Yearling U Class, first place to Braylon Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. Second to Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. Third to Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania.
Again, a very competitive set here, and giving up probably one of my pet peeves, but I still really feel the U that wins is the one that needs to go ahead and surface. And man, there's so many things I like about her. Modifier in terms of her flank line. Relax that one there in her hind leg as she goes, but get your hands on her. She's pretty special. I like the way she's built in terms of her breastplate, her neck, shoulder attachment, quite a bit better than our U that's in second. In terms of just making a good one long term, the U in second's a good kind of female, very basic, very, very sound. Again, as I said, a little bit of breastbone in that one. She's probably the frailer reading you, and then the plainer touching, plainer handling you when you get your hands on her there, but her length of body's good. Her hind leg's an improvement over our class winner. Makes for a tough pair. These young ladies get the one and third just stopped up there, and what a whale of a female in terms of length of body, extension, still the right kind of body shape. For me, again, a little hypercritical, but hip and hind leg assembly needs to be modified. She wants to get her hock just out there on the edge a little bit. Just like to secure it and see her go just with more comfort. And I could have the same criticism for our UN4. That one's standing a really, really bold centered U, a good touching U. She's got the right kind of shape as you work up to the top side her skeleton and back to her pin set. In motion, she wants to stab her hind leg just a little bit. Then from the outside, if you step off of her, your length of body's falling short there when we go back and compare. Not that that's my number one sort, but certainly something worth mentioning from a comparison standpoint. Again, plenty of performance and grow to round out the class, a practical, functional female, not the extra look, design, bells and whistles of what's ahead of her. She's going to take a couple more shots of muscle really to move forward. Let's congratulate these exhibitors as well, please.
Placing on the Pole Dorset Slickshorn Fall Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 156, W.D. Dorset's 1182, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. Second to 157, Pine Ridge Dorset's 22009, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. Third to 155, Olivia Wagner. 4 to 160, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana. 5 to 158, Troy Byer, West Mansfield, Ohio.
Well, here on the Hampshire side of the ring, certainly a pleasure to be here to sort your slick-sheared side of the show. I think a nice way to start here with this yearling ram class. I think a pair on top that are very different. Maybe you'd like to combine both of those and make that ideal one. So you pick them apart there just a notch. I'm going to use a little longer-sided one here, really long from his 13th rib. He's got some elevation up through his front end. Just a little more stretch to that one than we have in that second one. Both of them you'd like to change just a nickel when we set them into motion. The first one wants to track just behind, just a fuzz close. The second one wants to just make that one show side hock pop out just a notch. But you love that one stifle shape. You love his barrel and rib and that balance from the side. We could stretch him out just a notch. We might have just a little more of a case. Really a nice pair of rams, even though there's some differences in them for sure. Our third one comes to us, big bone and rugged. I like this guy quite a bit. To me, from the side, I don't know he balances quite as good as maybe those first two rams do. Maybe like to just deepen him up if we could there in his rear flank in relation to his chest floor. But a big, huge rack in that sheep. He's the biggest racked one here, and you certainly appreciate that about him. Lots of muscle shape in him, lots of length about him. Maybe just balance him and deepen him just from the side just a notch if we could. Really attractive one that comes forward, and at times I want to run with that one because I think from a structural standpoint and a design standpoint, I think he brings me the best look. That one is really, really neat, and when we set him into motion, I think we just need more of him. He just gets a little bit narrower constructed than we have in these first three rams. Maybe not as much shape working down his top and into the stifle, but really a sound one on his feet and legs, trots around the ring like we like to see him. Super design sheep. I like that one quite a bit. Then we round out the class with just a shorter coupled ram that's just loaded with muscle. I like to clean him up in his hide. Like to just lighten him up if we could there in his pelt and hide. But a really, really rugged one with a lot of wool about him. That's a nice set, guys. Congratulations.
Placing on the Hampshire Slickshorn class of yearling rams, first place to entry 146, Storms 896, Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Second to 141, Flanders VIP 1042, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Third place to 140, David Van Cleve, Seneca, Illinois. 4 to 143, Emily Flannery, Oxford, Maine. 5 to 144, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 6 to Joshua Wilson with entry 145. And 7th place, 142, Jason Walensky, New Glarus, Wisconsin.
Well, here on the Hampshire side of the ring, I think, again, just a super good class here of fall ram lambs. I think all 5 of them offer some good here for us. And again, maybe my favorite 2 on top here are some differences in those 2. I love this first one on the go. You watch him move and track out. He holds himself together in terms of his balance, his front end, his center body, and then his legs set where they're supposed to on all 4 corners. He's maybe not as far along in his maturity as maybe we have in the second ram, maybe not as hard muscled maybe as we have in that second ram, and I appreciate that about him. I think both of them offer quite a bit of good. A little more power and shape maybe in this next one. Maybe set him into motion. You don't like what he does with his rear legs quite as nice and neat as we have in that first sheep. But that's being pretty critical of one. The center body is really good. Just a massive top shape about him, big hip and pin set in him. I think that pair of sheep are really, really good, even though there's some differences in them again. Really a neat one here in 3, a great handling sheep. That sheep is massive in his rack and loin and back in through his hip. He ties that into a really nice package in terms of that balance and how he blends in all 3 of those pieces that he puts together. We set him into motion. Maybe he doesn't handle those rear 2 quite as neat in terms of his stride compared to these first 2, but big rugged in his bone. He's got some elevation up to his front end. I think that's an awfully neat one there to come 3. Little greener sheep or more immature one comes 4 to us. Love the length, the side, and the style and stretch of that one. I love when they get him propped up, how good his shoulder lays in his chest floor, and he's maybe one of the better ones there in terms of his chest and outer shoulder. I think we just get a little flat and a little out of shape there in terms of that stifle. Maybe like to power him up, give him just a notch more shape. But again, very woolly. He looks like a Hampshire like they're supposed to. I love that length of side he brings to the table. An awfully neat one there. We round out the class with one that's really rugged in his bone. He's got some top shape about him. His barrel and rib is good. We set that one into motion. Maybe change him on his rear legs just a notch. Maybe gets just a fuzz sickle for us. But that's a great class of fall rams. Let's put our hands together. Congratulations.
Placing on the Hampshire Fall Ram Lambs in the Slick Division, first place goes to entry 150. Storms 1020. Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Second to 147. Flanders VIP 1165. Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Third to 151, Noah Maddox, Greenfield, Indiana. Fourth place, Morgan and Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. And 5 to 149, Norman Tuluski, Trafalgar, Indiana.
here on the Hampshire side of the ring. Let's put our hands together for these 4 exhibitors here for our senior ram. Not a lot of numbers here, but boy, I tell you that they bring you 4 pretty nice ones here to sort through. And again, some differences. We get a couple of them that are maybe a little harder muscled, maybe a little more massive in their muscle shape, and then a couple of them maybe just a little different program here. I think this fall ram is really, really good. And maybe there's not going to be 100 weather guys knocking their door down to try to buy that one, but I think he offers a lot of good pieces there in terms of a sheep, no matter what direction you want to go with him. I think he's got enough shape in his top. I think he's super sound on his feet and legs, and we set him into motion, just a tremendous amount of balance about him. He'll be our champion today for our senior. And then I think it closes up just a nickel for reserve. I like that next one that comes second to him, even though they're very different. I think in terms of a sound standpoint, in terms of a muscle standpoint, he'll be our reserve. Let's give him a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Our Slickshorn Senior champion for the Hampshire show goes to the first place in the Fall Ram Lamb class, entry 150, Storms 10-20, Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. The Reserve Senior champion Ram was second in that Fall Ram Lamb class, entry 147, Flanders VIP 1165, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana.
Really an exciting set of spring ewe lambs or winners, and probably all of them should be in that category. There's just still some differences in maturity and age as you just study the sheep themselves, but I don't read anything as out of bounds when we talk about fitting into this particular class by any stretch. Class winner's got some really, really hard to do things, and I mean really hard to do. Her width of chest, her front feet, and the way she's built at the base of her shoulder to carry that kind of power and mass from their back is really, really impressive. Love that ewe when you step on top of her. In motion, I'd relax her in terms of her spine. I'd like to just see her with the same kind of extension, particularly like our third place ewe. If you could put the neck of the third place ewe on that one, it'd be game over. And that's where hesitation comes just a little bit. But, guys, that's a good, high-quality sheep and has stud you written all over her, all the power you'd ever want, and still the right kind of look and design. I really like the ewe in second as well. A great deal. I would change her head a little bit. To me, she's a little narrow-muzzled, and a ewe that's plenty long in terms of her ear. She's got a little extra color. We are at Louisville. Those are things that I'm looking at. Her front feet turn out a little bit, and I just got real picky on one that I like a lot. Tremendous touch. You've got her in awesome condition. You're doing a great job presenting her out here, and that one is really, really square and basic in terms of her build. Her advantage over the ewe right behind her is just how much smoother she is as she transitions down her top line, hooks into her loin. Everything's just built really, really good. That's a high-quality pair. Really, really nice ewe lambs to evaluate. You could go either way there. If I was just going to take one home, I'd probably ask the young lady in third. I'm intrigued by that one a great deal. Love that neck set, base of her chest, shoulder shape. Got a big, neat pin set in her. Again, she doesn't hook everything up quite as good today. And I honestly read her as the ewe that's going to be the smallest when they're done and have the least amount of true dimension. But don't let that negate the quality that she brings to the table. That's a nifty one. Real pretty, attractive ewe in four. She's the flattest made, constructed, and bodied sheep of those initial four. The turn and shape she has just as a fourth-place sheep. But by herself, that's a high-quality one. Again, she's feminine. She's good structured. I like her design and her build quite a bit. This ewe in five is bold and stout. I mean, when she first came in, I'm like, man, that is one opened-up kind of female. I love her basics. And with that, she's open at the top of her shoulder. She's a little chubby. Highest part of her is the top of her hip. So we could go ahead and say maybe those other pieces aren't quite as intriguing, guys, but that's a nice one as well. Congratulations. Fun to look at your ewe lambs today. You guys are doing an awesome job.
Really a high-quality set of January Ram lambs here, and again, just 5 of them, but I think all of them offer some good here for us again. I dig the first one quite a bit here, and I think that second one has to follow him in type and kind, and that's how we sort them here. I think that first one is just really, really good in terms of his handle, in terms of his shape. He's got some extra length about him from his 13.3 of. He's really long from flank to flank. No shoulder and chest floor in that one. Comes at the point of his shoulders extremely good. Got a big hip in him. And then he's extremely woolly in terms of his Hampshire breed type. I think one that I dig a whole bunch. That's a neat one there. And I think the second one is a lot like him, maybe just not quite as far along as that first one. He's designed up quite a bit like him. He's got some extra stretch about him. He sets his feet down like they're supposed to. He's got great breed character about him. Just maybe not as mature in terms of his flank. Maybe he just doesn't balance quite as neat from chest floor back into his flank, but really a neat sheep there too. That one continues to feed. He gets better and better every day. The third one comes to us a little different speed here, and I like that sheep quite a bit. That's a handling sheep. That sheep's got a massive rack and top and hip shape in him. You either start with him or you make him third today. I think that one could start with him. I like that one. We did quite a bit better just in terms of his stretch and his style. Our fourth one comes to us. Big old massive sheep, big rugged in terms of his bone work. Maybe he doesn't handle those pasterns quite as neatly as we have in the three ahead of him, but you certainly appreciate the shape he brings to the table, no doubt. And we round out the class with one giving up some days here in terms of feed, in terms of maturity. Maybe just power him up just a notch here in some places. But really a good class. Let's give him a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Placing on the Slickshorn Pole Dorset Winter ewe lamb class, first place goes to 167, Obsession Showstock 2103, Breland Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. Second to 169, H. Barkley, 2204, Heidi Barkley, Buffalo Mills, Pennsylvania. Third to 173, Heidi Barkley. 4 to 174, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. 5 to 179, Reese Gorman, Somerville, Oregon. Sixth place to 168, Brianna Farrell, Columbia City, Indiana. 7 to 181, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. 8 to 176, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana. 9 to 175, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. And 10 to 163, Blake and Brett Martin, Attica, Ohio. Placing on the class of Slickshorn January Ram Lambs for the Hampshire Show. First to entry 156, Westlake 2204, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. Second to 153, Plaza Hamps 1600, Brody Payne, Agency, Missouri. Third place to 157, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 4 to 154, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. And 5 to 158, Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois.
think I could spend all afternoon and try to come up with a logical way to put these 5 together. I watched John there on Saturday, I guess, with the Southdowns, and he ended up in the spring UAM class, and he kind of ended up with a situation like this. Watched JJ in the Southdowns yesterday, or in the same situation, and just differences in shapes and sizes. I'll walk you through, because from the outside, nothing makes a ton of sense, and it doesn't matter what direction you go with these. The top 3 are the 3 soundest squares used in class, and that is absolute. From there, there's all kinds of differences in what they represent. The U up front for me is super square, good structured. She's not as elegant. She's not as cool as some of the ULAMs even in the last class, but that U is really, really good head of livestock. I like her breed character. I like her elevation, and I still like her performance, to be honest with you. I like sheep that can get up and go. That U's just got a lot more growth. I don't think there's any doubt about that. One of the more unique sheep, or the different sheep within class, is easily in second. Again, that's not very hard to see. I love this one's power and mass. It's easy to be really, really opened up when you're in a smaller package, and that's kind of how I view that U. But I still like the way that one's built, and I like her design, and I'll be honest with you, she has unique generating potential, and to me that's still of merit. I'd like to make her bigger in her kind, and that's kind of where I'm at on her. I don't think she's out of bounds in terms of condition. They've done a nice job, but she's definitely pushing the limit. The U in third is just a really, really nice head of livestock. I don't care what color, what breed. That one's just good structured. She's got the right amount of mass and muscle. Her advantage is she uses her hip and hind leg and so much more comfortable than the U that's right there behind her. At the stand, I really like your U in 4. I love her extension up front, her balance, and she's probably my favorite to just sit back and look at. Set that one in motion. She wants to work up in her spine. She's not as good and comfortable in terms of the use of her hind leg, and just need to relax her, honestly. And then at the end of the day, you get in and really evaluate her, she could be opened up just a nickel to go along with that. The craziest bodied and most unique bodied sheep is in 5. I keep wanting to work this U up. We set her in motion, and I can't. I need to relax her spine. I need to make that one just more comfortable and flexible when she gets out and asks to go here. But boy, oh boy, you just take a picture of one that's got the right kind of body shape, the right kind of hip shape, and good, very, very good handle quality. That's her. Maybe just modify her skeleton in motion. Difficult class to put together. A lot of good sheep excused as well. Let's congratulate our Dorset exhibitors.
Here on the Hampshire side of the ring, our February Ram Lambs, I also have a pretty tough class here to put together. I think they're all different. They all bring some nice things to the table. There's some things you'd change about each one of them, so we're going to go through my head, and then you can make your decision from out there. I guess my 2 favorites here couldn't be any different maybe in type and kind, and I think when you study both of these, they both offer pretty good pieces here for us, no matter what direction you're going. I'm going to use this one here. There's some of you standing out there that are going to think that one's too quick and maybe too weathery. And if I use that one, you're going to think maybe he's a little too extreme and maybe not enough shape. So I think both of these, though, are pretty nice sheep. I think the first one here is the most massive in his top shape. I love his rib and body and barrel. He's got a great stifle shape about him, and then just really smooth package. You'd like to maybe stretch him here and there just a notch if you could. But when we set him into motion, where I do fault him, though, he takes a pretty short stride for us. I'd like him to just be a little more fluid there. He looks like a hamp, though. He's got a great head about him. He's got great wool on his legs in terms of his Hampshire feature. I think an awfully nice one there in that program. The next one, I love the design and the elevation of this sheep. And there's actually more to this sheep in terms of a handle than what he looks like on the outside. That one's got a pretty good top shape about him. He's pretty green. He needs some more time. I think that sheep as a yearling is going to be pretty darn impressive. He's sound on his feet and legs. He's really, really woolly in terms of his character. I'd like to give him a little more of him today to get ahead of that first one. But nice pair, even though they're very, very different. Our third one comes to us, again, back maybe at a little shot of weather here for us. That one's a massive handling sheep, and I think that's where he gets the nod over the next 2. I think there's more true muscle working in that sheep than we have here in 4 and 5. He shortens up, maybe gets a little quicker on the move. Maybe like to just free him up a little bit if we could, but just another neat one in terms of his handle. He could be a little more better in his feature in terms of his wool if you're going to get real picky, but that's a nice sheep in terms of his muscle shape. The fourth one comes to us, really a neat designed one. From the outside, that one paints a pretty darn good picture. I think in terms of balance, he looks good from the side. He ties his shoulder into his middle portion of his body and back in through his hip and hind leg really nice. He's got some ruggedness about him, maybe one of the bigger boned ones without the fluff and wool, but I think this is an awfully neat one there. He gets a little soft. We set him into motion, maybe doesn't want to handle that rear leg quite as neatly as we'd like to see him. Handle him, he's maybe just a little softer than these three in terms of his shape, and that's being really picky, though, of some nice pieces there. We round out the class with one that's going to tip the scale of being the big one. I think he gets a little plainer in terms of his makeup. He's carrying some cover, maybe not quite as much true muscle there, but certainly rugged. He's got some Hampshire feature about him. That's a nice class, very, very difficult. Congratulations on a nice set.
Placing on the class of Pole Dorset Slickshorn Spring ewe lambs. First place to entry 182, Breland Slack, North Manchester, Indiana, with Obsession show stock 2137. Second place to entry 194, Charmison RSCD 2043, Colin Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Third to 190, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. Fourth place to entry 131, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. 5 to 184, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Sixth place to 196, Caroline Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky. 7 to 197, Kinsey Brown, Grapeland, Texas. Eighth place to 192, Tracy Denninger, Washington Courthouse, Ohio. 9 to 183, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. And 10 to 198, Caleb Mahan, Huntsville, Arkansas. Placing on the class of Hampshire Slickshorn February Ram Lambs, first place to 163, Johnson, 22214, Sarah, J.C., and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second to 164, Hogger, 22113, Morgan and Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Third to 160, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. 4 to 159, David Van Cleve, Seneca, Illinois. And 5 to 162, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Slickshorn Pole Dorset show. First place to Breland Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. Second to Heidi Barkley, Buffalo Mills, Pennsylvania. Third, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. 4, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. And 5, Hattie Hobbs of Bath Springs, Tennessee.
If you would just put your hands together for all of you left and congratulate these Dorset exhibitors. Guys, I'm excited to go out here and name a champion on the U side. Representatives that are going to come out of this show today are really, really good sheep. And from the outside and just watching this kind of grow into itself, the great numbers today, you exhibitors should be very, very proud of what you're doing. And really, I think if you look at it, have been very progressive in terms of the quality and the build and the design of the sheep that you brought out. And we certainly had variation still. Last time I checked, that's the freedom of America to do those things, make those decisions when you're at home breeding your livestock. And you guys have something in mind, or you need to. I encourage you to have something in mind. And man, if there's a piece out here that you need, talk to an exhibitor today before they leave, because this is what's great about Louisville, the ability to get together with other breeders and see what they're doing, the kind of sheep they've offered. I was excited to sort these. Honestly, I haven't been around the breeding sheep shows this summer at all. Didn't go to the All-American, so everything that I'm coming into today was just a fresh, exciting opportunity to come evaluate some livestock that I hadn't seen before. If you know me, I don't do social media, so all that stuff's out as well. And then we get a group out here that's just got so much good. The class depth was great all the way through. I thought that yearling U class was just awesome. And if you guys can continue that direction, that trajectory, you're going to just continue to sell sheep and make better ones, and this thing will get even more exciting. So my hat's off to you as breeders and exhibitors. Tremendous set of females. I've got my favorites, and I really, really think that these two sheep are very, very hard to make. Different, but very, very hard to make. Excited to go ahead and name them champion in reserve. Again, it was my pleasure to have the opportunity. Looking forward to sorting some best-headed stuff in a moment with Dustin, a longtime friend of mine, and excited to do that. Best of luck to you guys as you go through lambing season. Again, let's congratulate them one more time, please.
Here on the Hampshire side of the ring, another very difficult class to sort here in our marches. And what I mean by that is I think all five of them, again, offer just some darn good pieces here, that they're just very different and they move different. There's some pieces and some feet and leg issues here that we would want to change. There's some handling sheep. There's some sheep that are a little softer, they're a little further along in their maturity. A lot of things going on in these 5 March ram lambs here. But I think after you say that, there's some pretty good pieces and parts. I didn't sit in here today to use that weather sheep or that more extreme breeding sheep. I sat in here to try to raise or use sheep that are sound and have some pieces and parts for us here that tie them together in terms of their balance. And so I think the first one, I think from just a structural standpoint in terms of his feet and legs and where he sets his rear legs when we put him into motion, I think he wins by a couple of clicks. He's a little quicker. He's a little more moderate, if you will, and a little more of that weather-style sheep. But I think he offers a bunch of power and shape. I love his center body and barrel. I love his bone work. He's really, really fluffy in terms of his leg. He's got great wool about his Hampshire breed character, and he's got a nice head about him, too. He runs the right way. He's got no shoulder and chest floor about him. I think that's an awfully neat one, though. Maybe just a fuzz moderate for what we're searching for here, what I'm searching for. I think the next one is maybe the best one in terms of when they get that one stuck. That one's got some extra length about him. I think he's got some stretch. His handle's extremely long from his 13th rib. I love him at the point of his shoulders. We set him in the motion. That's where we get him into 2 for me. He just doesn't handle those rear legs quite as neatly as we have in that first one. I think we change him there. We have a little more of a case. I like his extension and style, maybe just a fuzz better than that class winner. I think that's a nice pair, though, in 1 and 2. A little sheep maybe that's a little harder to put together. I think he could go here. He could go 5. He maybe even could win it if you want to just talk about sheer power and mass. That one's rack is massive. His top shape is massive. He just doesn't put it together in quite as neat a package as those first 2. I love how rugged he is in terms of his footwork, though. I think a nice piece, nice third hole sheep for us. The fourth one comes to us. Trouble sheep for me. I like a lot of pieces and parts about this one. I think this one's growthy. He's done a great job of getting here in terms of that maturity. I think one that offers quite a bit of length. I just don't think he balances quite as neatly as a couple of them. I'd like to change him in his shoulder ever so slightly, change him in his chest forward just a bit if we could. And I think part of it, he's not wanting to show really good, but you'd like to change him in his stifle shape just a bit too. He doesn't hook up quite as neat in his hip loin, and I don't want to tear him apart because there's a lot of good pieces there. That thing is long-sided. He's long from his 13th rib, super rugged. I love his breed character. I think that's a nice ram in 4th as well. we come 5. Again, neat picture. This one gets a little plainer, gets a little bolder in his shoulder. I'd like to change him as he builds out of his rack into his loin. He opens up just a notch there, but talk about a rugged one. Maybe the biggest boned one here in true bone shape. Just a neat fluffy one about his wool. He's got a great head about him. That's a good class. If you want to switch them around, you sure can. I think that's a good group. Congratulations.
The grand champion ewe for the Slick Shorn Poll Dorsets went to our first place Slick Shorn Yearling ewe, entry 146, HC Showstock 21008, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. The reserve grand champion went to our second place Slick Shorn Yearling ewe, entry 149, Obsession Showstock 1240, Breland Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. Placing on the Hampshire Slick Shorn March Ram Lamb class first to 174, Johnson 22221, Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 176, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma, with NOC YS 200322282. Third to entry 167, Hensley and Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. 4 to 172, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. 5 to 168, David Van Cleve, Seneca, Illinois. 6 to 175, Emily Flannery, Oxford, Maine. And 7 to 165, Olivia Ainsley and Braylyn Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Placing on the Slick Shorn flock for the Poll Dorsets, first place to Braylon Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. Second to Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. Third to Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. And 4, Troy Beyer, West Mansfield, Ohio. Again, Lindsay Eddy is our premier exhibitor in the Slick Shorn Poll Dorsets. We're now ready to show best-headed Poll Dorset Ram. Best-headed Poll Dorset Ram, slicks and fitteds together.
Well, here on the Hampshire side of the ring, let's put our hands together for our junior exhibitors here, our junior Ram Lamb exhibitors, excuse me. I think 6 really nice ones here. Again, we saw some differences in those classes. I think we get out here, though, I'm really happy with all 6 of them. There's one for me that hits me pretty hard. This January buck will be our champion. I think there's a lot of length and a lot of power and mass and just a neat package sheep, super balanced, really good on his feet and legs. Looks like a Hampshire. That's an awfully neat one. He'll be our champion. Then it closes up for reserve. I think whether we go with that 2nd January like we talked about, I think he's a lot like our winner. I think he's behind in his maturity pattern, maybe just a nickel, maybe not quite as neat in his breastplate as that January is, or we use this March sheep in a little different speed. I think that one has got some barrel and rib and some muscle to him. I think it's very close, even though they're very different. I'm going to bank on that January Ram in that 2nd hole and keep those 2 together. Congratulations.
Our junior champion Slickshorn Hampshire Ram is entry 156 out of the January class. Westlake 2204, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. The reserve junior champion Ram to 153, second in that January class. Plaza Hamps 1600, Brody Payne, Agency, Missouri. Now ready to show for overall champion and reserve champion Ram for the Slickshorn Hampshires. As our exhibitors have these rams out here to judge for the best-headed Poll Dorset Ram, we do want to announce the Downsboro Sire of the Year for the Poll Dorsets, and that is Hammer Down, Thistledown 602, owned by Purple Ribbon Farm.
Let's put our hands together here for our overall champion Ram here as we bring these 4 back out here for our Slick-Sheared Hampshire show. I think, again, just 4 high-quality ones here. And we get a little more in type and kind here with these 4. I said in that senior drive, I love how that Ram moves and just trots around the ring. In that junior drive, I dig that one quite a bit in a lot of different areas there. So close here. I think that we got one that maybe just has a few more bells and whistles than we do in the other one. That junior buck today will be our champion overall. We'll bounce back and get that senior Ram for reserve. Nice pair. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Grand champion Ram for the Slickshorn Hampshires goes to entry 156. Our junior champion out of the January Ram Lamb class, Westlake 2204, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. The reserve Slickshorn champion Ram is entry 150. Our senior champion Ram out of the fall Ram Lamb class, Storms 1020, Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Best headed Pole Dorset Ram goes to entry number 15. 15 was in the fitted early fall Ram Lamb class. Reynolds Stock Farm 2204 Sensation. Mike Reynolds, Reynolds Stock Farm, Almsville, Oregon. Our best headed ewe for the Pole Dorset show is entry number 85, Spildy, 9533 Beckett Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin, and that animal coming out of the fitted late fall ewe lamb class. That does conclude the Pole Dorset show. We're going to take a quick break to make a couple of things happen here at the show ring before we start in with the Horn Dorsets.
Well, I think a ripping set of females here in our first class of Hampshire Yearling Ewes here in our Slicksure Drive. And again, some slight differences here, but I think we've got just 5 really darn good ones here that offer a bunch of good. They all look like Hampshires. They've got wool about their legs and they're really good about their heads. I think this first one just wins for fun. I think that one, just watch that one move and trot around the ring. That one, if you want to say maybe you'd like to have a little more of her, I'm not going to argue that. If she was just a fuzz bigger, we'd really get excited about that one, but I'm excited already. I think if you just watch that one from a structural standpoint in terms of her movement, she's whistle fronted, no chest floor, no outer shoulder. She's got plenty of barrel and rib and body about her, handles like a dream. They've got her extremely fresh. She's got some ruggedness in terms of her bone work, just a neat square edged about that 3/4 view. Runs uphill. I think just an awfully neat one, guys. Congratulations. Our second one, a big, massive handling sheep, one that just a good touching sheep from rack and loin and back in through her hip. Maybe not quite as fancy built. Maybe as our class winner, she does have the nod there of being maybe just a little more bulkier or massive, if you will, but a sheep that just ties a lot of good things together. Again, very good in her shoulder and her chest. Her barrel and body and rear flank in relation to that chest floor is extremely good. I think she's plenty rugged in her bone. Maybe not quite as rugged as that class winner. Maybe not quite as fluffy-legged as that class winner, but just a neat sheep in terms of her handle there. I like that one quite a bit. A little quicker one here in 3, maybe shortens up and a tick for me in terms of her stride, in terms of flank to flank, and then when we present her out from her 13th rib. But I think a lot of good in that one too. She runs the right way. She's got some elevation about her. Again, really good in her chest. Got some ruggedness about her. I like that one quite a bit. I think she makes a nice third hole sheep for us in terms of those ones that are still built good in their shoulder. We work into a couple pair here, then 4 and 5, that we change there just a little bit. That 4th one, I'd like to just clean her up in her shoulder just a little bit. We set her into motion. Maybe doesn't handle her past her, maybe with as much authority as we have in the first couple, 2 or 3. But a big, massive view in terms of her top shape. She's got some rib about her, one that we set into motion, and she tracks good. Again, very happy about her character. I like that one quite a bit. The next one, a tough one to read. That one doesn't want me to touch her. She doesn't really want to stand here, but I think there's some good parts and pieces there. I like the ruggedness about her bone work. I like her barrel and rib and body. She doesn't have as much flash up through her front end maybe. As we set her into motion, she wants to take both ends to the ground just a notch, but a good handling sheep when you can touch her. I think some merit there of having some pieces and parts. Great class, guys. Congratulations.
Our judge for the National Horn Dorset show today is Dustin Pruitt of Taylorville, Illinois. Dustin is the County Executive Director for Farm Service Agency for Christian and Macon counties. Currently, he and his family have 60 head of Shropshire, Dorset, and Hampshire market lamb ewes and another 40 head of Columbia breeding sheep. He and his wife, Jenny, have 2 children, their son Dalton and daughter Jade. Placing on the Slickshorn Yearling U class for the Hampshires. First place goes to entry 181, Hogger 21031, Morgan and Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Second place to 191, NOC BU 2714-21074ET, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Third place to 193, Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Fourth place to 182, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. 5 to 177, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Sixth place to entry 192, Morgan and Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. 7 to 178, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Eighth place to 188, David Van Cleve, Seneca, Illinois. 9 to 190, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. And 10 to 184, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina.
I think a super competitive pair here as we start out the horn division, and it couldn't be more different in terms of their type and their kind. The one I chose to start with, just a rib longer bodied, one that has some width and dimension down his top. He's square in terms of his hip. One that is extremely neat when you view him from the outside in. I think just a notch and a shot better fronted, one that's a little more extended up front. Taking nothing away from the one in second. That's the big, stout, featured one that's extra big at the ground. I like that one in the top side of his skeleton. Just like to give him a shot more extension up front. High-quality pair. Congratulations to both. Another super high-quality class. I think our class winners one is very unique. He's extremely extended up front, one that when they get that one stuck and posed, I think one that gives us a lot of look. He's big-hipped. He's good-looking from the side. He's got a big turn to his forerib, and I think he just proportionals as good as any that we have out here. Maybe want to just level him up ever so slightly and stick him into motion, but I think that's a high-quality one to win. structural correctness, just going to go ahead and place this one in 2 over, or the one directly behind him. One that I really like, just the boldness and power that one brings to the table. You get your hands on top of that one. I think he's extremely bold, dense in terms of his skeleton, one that handles extremely neat. He maybe doesn't balance up quite as well as from the side as what our class winner does, but I think that's a high quality one to go into 2. And then we go ahead and conclude with one we sure got to appreciate from the outside in, one that's probably one of the taller shouldered ones out there, one that comes together extremely good from the outside in. Just like to pick him up on the backside of his skeleton a little bit, pick him up on his toes to get up any higher today for me.
Placing on the Horn Dorset fitted yearling ram class, first place went to entry number 3, Shots 2606, Keaton Snipes and Connor Barnes, West Liberty, Ohio. Second place to entry 1, Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. Placing on the fitted fall ram lamb class, first place to entry number 4, Marianne Castle W, 8626, Betts Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware. Second place to entry number 6, Paular Castle 6035, Keaton Snipes, Connor Barnes, West Liberty, Ohio. And third place to entry number 5, Austin Logan Addison and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio.
Super high quality foursome out here. I think there's a pair of them that go ahead and surface, and I think from that you got to decide, stoutness versus one that's maybe a notch more extended. I think there's some differences in them, no doubt about it. I think one's a notch more robust in terms of his rib. I think there's another one that's a notch more extended up front. They're both square, and I think they're both sound at the ground. I'll show you the ones that I like, but congratulations to all.
Our senior champion, Horn Dorset, goes to entry number 4 out of the fitted fall ram lamb class, Marianne Castle W, 8626, Betts Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware. The reserve senior champion was our first place yearling, entry number 3, Keaton Snipes and Connor Barnes with Shots 2606.
Boy, another just outstanding set of Hampshire yearling ewes here on the slick side of the ring here for us. And again, maybe a few ups and down differences here that we have, and maybe this top 5 of my favorites comparatively to that last class, but some darn good ones here to talk about and some fun ones to put into place here. The first one, if 50 or 60% of you say that she's maybe not quite enough of her, I'll go with that. I'd like to just have just a fuzz more of her, but study that one's build and the way she's structurally sound, and when we put her into motion especially, that one just tracks on all 4 corners like they should. She's got a super square 3/4 view, big old pin set in her, super elevated up through her front, no shoulder, no chest floor. If we could just give her just a fuzz more of her, I'm telling you that one is built extremely good. Her handle's good. She's really long from her 13th rib. I love that one at the point of her shoulders. She looks just like that in motion, and that's what I like about a lot of these sheep that balance up nicely. That's an awfully neat one there. The next one, Fancy, Fancy, Fancy. That one, there's a little more of her maybe in terms of we're going to tip the scale of being a little bit bigger outlined ewe. I love that one's feet and legs. I love that one's elevation. That one runs uphill for us. Where I get her into second over the top of her, just in terms of her mass and muscle shape, there's maybe not quite as much as there is in that first one, but boy, is she a neat sheep. That one is going to be fun to breed in any direction you want to go. That one is an awfully nice one there. Our third one is really a stout-made, square-edged one that's got a big rib and barrel about her. Maybe not as free up on the move as we have in these first two. Maybe not as fancy on the move in terms of what she does with her shoulder and her chest floor, but a lot of good in that one. That one handles with extreme amount of width and dimension. I love her rib and barrel. I just wish we had just a little easier stride here to get ahead of these two. But nice trio of very different ones here. A real long-sided one comes to us in 4. That one gets a little posty on those rear legs for me. I'd like to change her just a nickel there, but super long and neat in terms of her handle. We work into 5 there. Another really long-sided one, really fluffy-legged one that looks like a Hampshire. They've done a great job of getting her ready here for us. I think from the side, that one doesn't balance quite as neatly in terms of her shoulder back into her rear flank. I think she tucks up just a nickel. Really a nice set, though. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Another good pair over here as we start out. There couldn't be built any more different, so I think you got to make some decisions. And for me, the sounder structured one is going to go ahead and win. One that you get your hands on her. That one straight as a string down his top. He's square in terms of his hip. One that takes her out, tracks around the ring on a good set of feet and legs. I'd be the first one to admit maybe like to change his horn ever so slightly, but I think we're going to call it acceptable today and go ahead and run with him. And then the one that follows that one is big and bold and burly in terms of his rib cage and his look and his design, but one that when we track that one out, we just like to relax that one in terms of his spine, pick him up in terms of his pasterns, but I think a high-quality pair to go. Congrats.
Placing on the late class of yearling ewes for the Hampshire Show in the Slickshorn division. First place goes to entry 202, Davis 1054, Emily Peters, Byrne, Texas. Second place to 209, Kinsey 10, Kinsey Brown, Grapeland, Texas. Third place to 195, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 4 to 206, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana. 5 to 200, Landry Krieger. 6th place to 210, Lauren Swan, Manhattan, Montana. 7th place to 197, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 8th place to 207, Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 9 to 109, Hensley and Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. And 10 to 196, Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Placing on the class of fitted winter ram lambs in the Horn Dorsets, first to entry 7, Shots 2696, Keaton Snipes, Connor Barnes, West Liberty, Ohio. Second place to entry 8, ALAM 355, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan in body, Bluffton, Ohio.
Over here in our horn ring, we got a single entry, but I think one that's pretty nice. One that's extremely green in terms of his kind, but coming out of this division, we'd kind of expect that. One that's extra elevated up front, super extended up through his neck. He's straight as a string down his top. He's level in terms of his hip, and he takes off and travels on a great set of wheels. I like that one quite a bit. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of Horn Dorset fitted spring ram lambs. First place goes to entry 9, Spring Hill Farm SHF 26AI, Colton Wright, Terre Haute, Indiana.
As we conclude our junior division, I think there's a pair of them out here that maybe match up a little closer than the one that's gonna be left out this time. But I think our champion is one that's extended and super good down his top. One that is extremely neat in terms of his build, and I think the one that I'm going to use for reserve is another one that follows in his type and kind. Maybe just a shot farther behind today, but as we would expect, coming from the age groupings that they're in. Well, one to my right will be your champion, and one to my left will be reserve. Congratulations.
For our Horn Dorset, our junior champion goes to entry number 7 out of the fitted winter Ram Lamb class. Shots 2696, Keaton Snipes, Connor Barnes of West Liberty, Ohio. The reserve junior champion to entry 9 from this fitted spring Ram Lamb class, Spring Hill Farms SHF 26AI, Colton Wright, Terre Haute, Indiana. Placing on the Hampshire Slickshorn pair of yearling ewes, first place to NOC Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Second place, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Third, Morgan and Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. 4, Sarah J.C. and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 5, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana. Sixth place to Charlene Swedlin, Brownstown, Wisconsin. 7, Jason Walensky, New Glarus, Wisconsin.
As we get out to select our champion hornbuck, I think it gets awfully competitive. I think that both all 4 of them come out of a very unique division. I think that each and every one of them brings some pieces to the table. But I think I guess for champion it comes down to just some extra parts, and there's one that I think is extra extended and extra good looking from the side. One that balances up good and is super square hip. And I think a reserve is going to be come out and maybe just a shot different in terms of his build. One that's a little more burly, one that's a little more opened up and stout and rugged. I'll show you the 2 that I like, but congratulations to all.
Grand champion Horned Dorset Ram goes to our senior champion, and our reserve grand champion to our reserve senior champion. The senior champion and grand champion is from the fitted fall ram lamb class, entry number 4, Marianne Castle W, 8626, Betts Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware. The reserve grand champion came out of the fitted yearling ram class, entry number 3, Shots 2606, Keaton Snipes and Connor Barnes, West Liberty, Ohio. Now ready to show for Horn Dorset Best Headed Ram.
Really a neat set of fall ewe lambs here at our Hampshire Drive and Slicksheared site here for us. Again, I think all 5 of them offer quite a bit of good. I think you got to have just a real complete fault-free one here to start our class. So that one set into motion just trots around the ring like they're supposed to. She's got some extra ruggedness in terms of her foot size. Really a neat one in terms of her handle. That one is level, and as she comes back from hooks to pins, just a neat shape about her. Her touch is really good. She's got a nice powerful rack that works into a nice loin and then back in through her hip. I think this is a neat one in terms of how she puts her pieces together. Love her front end, love her at the point of her shoulders. I think that's kind of that combination sheep here for me. The second one, I think, closely follows her just in that muscle shape and maybe just a shot more power that we have in that third ewe. She doesn't maybe handle her front end quite as neatly when we set her into motion, as much elevation as she comes out of her chest floor as we have in that first one. But again, looks like a Hampshire. She's got a lot of wool about her legs. I think a nice one, and we have to keep that pair together for me. Really a neat one on the side here in terms of that third hole. I think that one, as she continues to grow, maybe the yearling ewe of this trio in terms of size and scale. I love what they've done with her leg wool. I love her Hampshire breed type. She just gets a little bit outpowered maybe compared to those first two. Either start with that one or make her 3. I'm going to make her 3 today, just not as much width and dimension working down her top. But boy, she's got some bells and whistles that we like. I love her extension. I like her front end quite a bit. That's a neat sheep as well. Working to 4 there, just a little bit different speed. Maybe gets a little quicker for me. Lots of muscle shape though, lots of power, and you certainly appreciate that about her. And then we round out the top 5 with one that just is a pretty darn good sheep. That one doesn't maybe have as much elevation up through her front when we set her into motion. Maybe doesn't balance quite as nice from the side, but really a good class all the way through. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Placing on the Hampshire Slickshorn Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 222. Poe 206922. Blake and Brett Martin, Attica, Ohio. Second place to 221. Terradice 009, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Third to 219, Morgan and Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. 4 to 220, Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 5 to 250, Hensley and Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. 6 to 217, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 7 to entry 212, Steve Marchak, Federalsburg, Maryland. And for the Horn Dorset, the best-headed ram goes to our grand champion ram. And that was entry number 4 out of the fitted fall ram lamb class, Marianne Castle, W8626, Betts Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware.
Here on the Hampshire side of the ring. Let's put our hands together for our senior females here. I think that's a whale of a set of sheep, and there's a whole bunch of them that didn't get to stand in this top 6 that I think are very useful and very good as well. I guess for me, there's one that runs with this pretty hard, and then it gets a little bit closer there for reserve for me. I'll go ahead and show you how I like them, guys. That's a nice set of sheep. They are sound. They handle really good. They've got some scale to them. Maybe they're not the absolute biggest ones that we saw in those classes, but they've got plenty of size and scale. They've got some elevation. They look like hams in terms of their heads and legs. I'll go out and show you champion in reserve. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
For the Slick Sheared Hampshire Show, our Slick Shorn Senior Champion ewe came out of the Slick Shorn Early Yearling ewe class. Entry 181, Hogger 21031, Morgan and Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. The Reserve Champion Slick Shorn in the senior division is the second place animal in that Early Yearling ewe class. Entry 191. NOCBU 27142174ET, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma.
super high quality class. Obviously some differences out here. I think her class winner's one for me though that's just really, really good in terms of her basic build. I love the rib cage and just mass that one brings to the table. I think for this breed and what they're trying to do and what they're known for, that one just excels. That one's extremely neat from her forerib to her flank. She's huge in terms of her body and her shape. She's square enough up top. She handles good and I think just one that goes ahead and rises to the top for me. Definitely need her outline one here in two. I think one that's a scotch longer bodied. I think some of that is also that she's not quite as deep as our class winner. This one's a shot squarer hip than what our class winner is. I think when we put that one into motion, she wants to get just a shot to higher in terms of her spine. But I think a high quality one. I think both of those two are extremely neat. One of my favorites is obviously here in three. I love the way the top side of that one, Skeleton Reeds, one that what you see is what you get. She's extremely naked in terms of wool, and I think that's okay. She's really, really lean in terms of her condition, and I think that's all right. It's easy to read those kind. I think as we continue to put feet on that one, she catches those directly ahead of her. Super big and bold one here in four. I like that one until we stick that on the park. We put that one into motion and maybe wants to get just a knot higher in terms of her spine. She wants to roll off in her hip in comparison to those directly ahead of her, but I think a high quality one to go. And then we go ahead and conclude with one of the bigger frame, probably pounds heavy ewes in the class. Just like to trim her up ever so slightly to get around those directly ahead of her.
Placing on the class fitted yearling ewes for the Horn Dorset Show, first place to entry number 18, EGC 5727, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. Second place to entry 11, Castle 6032, Keaton Snipes and Connor Barnes, West Liberty, Ohio. Third place to entry 15, Betts Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware. 4 to entry 16, Betts Sheep Farm. 5 to entry 14, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. 6 to entry 12, Keaton Snipes and Connor Barnes, West Liberty, Ohio. 7 to 13, Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. 8 to entry 20, James and Blake Hunt, Middletown, Indiana. And 9 to 19, Colton Wright, Terre Haute, Indiana.
Really a nice set of January ewes here in our first class, I think, here of Januaries in our slick-sheared Hampshires. I dig a lot of things about all 5 of these, and we can talk about the differences here. I think all of them are pretty good, though. They bring some shape to the table, some extension, and some look. I think just an awfully neat group here. Our pair of my favorites here, and I think we could even include that third one because I think she's got an awfully neat piece in how she's tied together in her shoulder, and when we set her into motion, she's extremely good. But she runs out of power maybe and mass today compared to these first 2. That first one, I'd be the first to admit, I don't like her head. I don't like what her head is doing. I think, like they said, you can tell maybe she got into some fungus. They had to shear it down, and so it's not the most attractive Hampshire head for me. But after that, I think that one's pretty darn good. I think that one is really good in terms of her breed character, in terms of her legs. I think when we set her into motion, she's got some length about her, and she keeps that length in motion in terms of her balance. She's got a great handle and touch to her in terms of her rack, loin, and back in through her hip. I think she ties just a little neater up in her hip loin maybe than we have in that second ewe. So some give or take in those 2. I think that's an awfully nice pair there. The next one, watch that one move, and what she does with her front end just to the point of her shoulder is extremely good. Just super to watch it in terms of how she goes around the ring. We change her in her hip loin just a notch there. Maybe just gets a fuzz straight there in those back wheels. But boy, she's got a lot of good pieces. Good handle and sheep too. You touch that one, there's a lot of dimension in terms of her top. I like that pair quite a bit. The third one, like we said, that one, I read that one to be the yearling ewe for next year maybe of this trio. I think that one is just super footed, elevated up through her front end. She's got a tremendous look about her on the side in terms of that silhouette and profile. She just gives up some sheep today, just a nickel compared to those first 2, but nice sheep there. Next one comes to us. This one maybe tipped the scale as being one of the heavier ones here, and you certainly appreciate that. If we're going to say that one's which one's the most ideal Hampshire breed type, I picked 4. I think that one has just got a beautiful head. I think she's got great legs in terms of her wool. I think her barrel and ribs really good. She gets a little bit plainer up through her front end and shoulder, maybe shortens up just a nickel compared to those first 3, but a lot of good pieces and parts in that one. Did a little different speed here in 5, going to go a little more weathery, if you will, on that one. But that one is really rugged in terms of her footwork. She's great and sound and was going to move around the ring. She's got a lot of shape about her and yet some look to her as well. I don't think she's dinky in this class. I think she's deserving to stand here. That's a nice set. Congratulations.
Super intriguing set here on our slick sheared horn division, and I think obviously we've got a class winner that you got to make some decisions on if she's big enough in her kind, and if you go that direction, I think she's the one that's just crazy. One that's opened up underneath, one that's got a ton of shape. Obviously, as we can see from the outside in, that one's big structured. One that's extremely fuzzy at the ground, one that's stout, and I think if you want to talk muscle, that one is wacky in terms of her muscle. We get into second. I think the one that is probably just neat in terms of her basic build, that one's straight as a string down her top. I like the way that one gets around the ring, probably as well as anything in the class. She's square hip, she's big-ended, one that I think logically flies into second for me. And then we get into 3. I think that's the one that I guess the most intriguing in terms of what to do with. In my opinion, I guess she goes first or third, and I opted to run her into 3. The bigger frame, longer-bodied one of the trio, one that has some shape down her top. She's a scotch chubbier than those 2 directly ahead of her, and I think that's okay. I wouldn't call her excessive. She doesn't have quite the shape and the power and dimension that those do, but I think one that's up in her chest. She's long-bodied and extremely neat from the outside in. Similar build one here in 4. I really like that one in terms of her front end design. That one's extra feminine. One that is straight as a string down her top. She don't have quite as much shape as those directly ahead of her, but one that when you view that one from the outside in, you sure got to appreciate it. And we go ahead and conclude the top 5 there with one that's extra big and robust in terms of her rib. She's just one that just gets a little flatter and a little plainer in terms of her muscle, but I think a high quality one to run into 5. Congratulations to all.
Placing on the early slick-shorn January Ram Lamb class for the Hampshires, first place goes to entry 235, Ty Thorson, with Metro 2224, Ty's from Columbus, Wisconsin. Second to 229, Poe 207322, Blake and Brett Martin, Attica, Ohio. Third to 227, Morgan and Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. 4 to 234, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. 5 to entry number 226, Grandview Showstock, Michael and Gail Monson, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. 6 to 225, Brody Payne, Agency, Missouri. 7 to 232, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 8 to 228, Steve Marchak, Federalsburg, Maryland. 9 to 231, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. And 10 to 230, Norman Logan Jordan Toluski, Trafalgar, Indiana. Placing on the Slickshorn Yearling U class for the Horn Dorsets, first place goes to entry 23, Timberline 0666, Wyatt Nixon and Nash and Brooklyn Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second to 24, PRC, Paul R. Castle, 5715, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. Third to 21, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. 4 to 25, Keaton Snipes, Connor Barnes, West Liberty, Ohio. And 5 to entry 22, Colton Wright, Terre Haute, Indiana. Placing on the
super high end one to start. I think when that one just stops and wants to be there, her silhouette commands attention. One that's extremely neat in terms of her chest. She progresses in the right direction. You get your hands on her. She's straight as a string, big in terms of the upside of her hip, one that is sound on our ground. And I just love the shortness of pasterns and the stoutness of bone in that one that I like a great deal. We get in a second, I think, a notch bigger frame one that you sure got to appreciate for that. And I think obviously the biggest yearling of the foursome that we have out here, I think as that one continues to mature and drop some flanks, she's going to be a force to be reckoned with. She too is sound at the ground, not quite as much up top side of her skeleton as what we have in that class winner, but I think a high quality one to boot. The 1 and 3, I think one that progresses good from her forerib to her flank. I really like the front end design of that one that gets progressively deeper. I think a high quality one to run into 3. And probably the pounds heavy 1 and 4, one that I love the rib cage and the overall design. That one's extremely opened up in terms of the center body part. But I think one that we just need to drop down in her flank. We need to stouten her up at the ground to compete with those directly ahead of her. High quality foursome. Congratulations.
Placing on the Horn Dorset fitted early fall ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 31, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Paul R. Castle, W, 8650, Heidi. Second place to 30, Castle 6034, Keaton Snipes and Connor Barnes, West Liberty, Ohio. Third to 27, Braxton Sedgwick, Sheridan, Indiana. 4 to 26, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio.
Again, love the senior champion drive, and I like all 6 of these out here quite a little bit. I think for this breed and what they're doing, I think they bring us some very unique and interesting parts. That being said, obviously there's some decisions to be made. There's one out here that's different from the rest, and we can all see that. And I think at that point you just need to decide where we're going to tie to that one or leave that one completely out. I think there's another one that follows up and next man up kind of deal. I think there's 3 of them obviously in contention. They're on this side, and I think one of them is going to get left out. I'll show you the ones that I like to move the breed forward and compare on. But I think that being said, if the one is not your speed and not your style, I completely understand. The young man sheep in the middle will be your champion. Congratulations.
Really a nice set of January ewe lambs here again in this second class for our Hampshire Slick-Sheared Show. Again, I think maybe a neater set here, maybe to get a little more cookie cutter, if you will, with some things you'd change about. A couple of them, we'll talk about that. I think a combination sheep here to win with some extension, some size and scale, and yet plenty of muscle working down her top. Just a neat one in terms of her balance. I think she works a nice silhouette as she comes here and gets her stuck. We set her into motion, and she tracks really good. I think a big-footed one that looks like a Hampshire. I think an awfully neat one, young lady. Congratulations. The next one, just bulky muscles here. That one is a handling Maryland sheep, no doubt. That one's got maybe just a fuzz more stifle than we have in that class winner, and you appreciate that about her. Again, nice headed about her, nice breed type about her feet and legs. Where I changed that one, we put her into motion. She wants to tip her front end to the ground ever so slightly, but I tell you that one in terms of handle, we got to keep her here just in that maturity. I think just a big rack, big loined one that comes back into a nice hip and pin set for us. That's a nice pair. The third one, really elevated and elegant, and just a tremendous amount of femininity about that one. I love that about her, and then very, very sound on the go. I think where we change that one, it just maybe gets a little bit flat there in her stifle. Maybe she's not as massive in terms of her top shape and in terms of her width and dimension today. I think she'll get that, though. She's a little bit further behind in her maturity pattern here, but some length, some style, some front end. I think that's an awfully nice female in 3. The next one comes to us, a little shorter coupled one. You'd like to maybe stretch that one out a nickel if you could, and that's where I changed that one. I love that one's rib and barrel and body and shape, and that one also handles really good. I just like to just extend her just a notch compared to these first 3, but that's an awfully nice female in 4 as well. We round out the top 5 with a real rugged footed one. The handle's really good. That one's got some shape working down her top. Maybe again, maybe a little more of the weather type, if you will. Maybe change her in terms of that front end, just the fuzz, but really a nice group. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
For the Horned Dorsets, our senior champion went to our class winner of the Slickshorn Yearling U class, entry number 23, Timberline 0666, Wyatt Nixon and Nash in Brooklyn Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. The reserve champion for the senior division was first place in the fitted early fall ewe lamb class, entry 31, Paul R. Castle, W8650, Heidi, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Placing on the Hampshire Slickshorn January ewe lamb class, these are the late January ewe lambs. First place goes to entry number 247, Everhart 025, Sam Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana. Second to 246, Nickel 2204, Bristol and Briar Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. Third place to 243, Emily Taylor, Jeffersonville, Ohio. 4 to entry number 236, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. 5 to 239, Carly Berkheimer, Shippensburg, Pennsylvania. 6th place to entry 248, Jaden and Miranda Moneyheffer, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana. 7 to 240, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 8 to 238, Sawyer Lease, Coatesville, Pennsylvania. 9 to 249, Addison Winger, Oxford, Indiana. And 10 to 237, Brooke Mazepink, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania.
Again, super neat class over here with some differences, but I think our class winner is one that kind of puts it all together for me. One that's the biggest at the ground, and we get on top of that one. The shape to her rib is enormous. You get your hands on her. She's impressive when you get her on the back side of her shoulder, come down her top, and she's one of the square ones that we have out here. I think just an easy place to start for me. Probably like the extension of the 1 and 2, just a shot better. One that comes out of the top side of her shoulder in terms of her head and her neck. One that you get your hands on her, and she's sure neat. She's still green in terms of her type and her kind. I think one that as we continue to feed on that one, is going to give our class winner all she wants. I think that's a high quality one to go into 2. We get into 3, a big-bodied one that I love the progression from the outside in. One that her front end design in terms of her flank ratio is extremely neat. I think just a super high quality one to go into 3. And we go ahead and conclude with one that's extremely neat in terms of her length of body. I like from flank to flank. That one's probably as good as any that we have out here. Maybe not quite the stoutness and just overall power to go around those directly ahead of them, but I think a high quality foursome. Congratulations.
Placing on the fitted late fall ewe lamb class for the Horn Dorsets, first place to entry 35, Paul R. Castle, W8641, Jenna Cohn, Milton, Wisconsin. Second to 33, Betts 379, Betts Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware. Third to entry 34, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. And 4 to 32, Keaton Snipes and Connor Barnes, West Liberty, Ohio.
Another intriguing class, and I think our class winner does so pretty handily. In terms of just being the most correctly balanced, that one's the biggest at the ground, one that's got big feet, and I think on top of that, you study that one from the outside in, that one's rib cage is big and bold. You get on top of that one skeleton, she's got some shape, she's ultra good in terms of her hide color, and I just like that one quite a little bit. We get into 2 and 3, and I think it gets a little bit closer. I like the horn set in 2, the notch better than the 1 and 3. I like the hip shape, one that wants to get out and go just a shot better. One that I would like to pick up in her chest ever so slightly. I think that one just gets just a shot deep in terms of the base of her chest, but that one's long-bodied, good-looking, and has some rib shape. 1 and 3, I like the handle and touch qualities that one brings to the table. Again, for me, one that we could soften up in her flank or pick her up in her chest, one or the other, make that one a shot bigger at the ground, and we can run that one up. And then the high-quality, big-ended one there, big frame one there at the end. I think the future looks bright as we continue to feed on that one. That one's probably the big frame yearling for next year. Just not quite as stout and as powerful today as what those are directly ahead of her.
Placing on the Horn Dorset Slickshorn Fall ewe lamb class, first place to entry number 36, Gadsby 2181, Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. Second place to entry 37, Sink Paget 1807 AI, Spring Hill Farm, Colton Wright, Terre Haute, Indiana. Third to entry 39, James and Blake Hunt, Middletown, Indiana. And fourth to entry 40, Keaton Snipes, Connor Barnes, West Liberty, Ohio.
Really a nice set of Class 1 Februaries here at our Hampshire slick-sheared side. I'll be the first to admit that this first one here, I would like her just to be a little bit more fluid at what she does with those rear legs as we set her into motion. I wish she set her rear legs like we did in the second one here in motion, but there's a lot of sheep to get around here in this one. That one, after that one is pretty darn good. I think that one is elevated. That one's rib and barrel and body and rear flank, I think, is tremendous in that sheep. That sheep's rugged in terms of her bone work. She's got a great head about her. Just a great handling sheep with some size and scale to her. She's got some length. She's long from her 13th rib, big rack and a big hip in her. I think that's an awfully nice female. Congratulations. Our second one, I love to watch that sheep move. That sheep is so fluid at what she does with all four of her legs and puts them on all four corners. And I think maybe that's where she gets the nod over that third one. I think she's just a neat sheep in terms of her balance on the side. I think that one shortens up a nickel compared to maybe the ones on either side of her. So you change her in that route. But again, great headed, great footed. I think that's an awfully neat female to go second. Our third one, we're not maybe getting to see her exactly what she is, and I'd change her as she builds that right out of the point of her shoulders as she works into her rack. I think she wants to dip there just ever so slightly, but boy, is she massive in terms of her rack shape. She's got a lot of shape working down her top, and again, really woolly in terms of her breed character. We set her into motion, maybe not as fluid as we'd like to see. Maybe like to have her move like that second one if we could. They're not all perfect. I realize that. That one's got some nice parts and pieces to her. I think it's a nice female. Our fourth one comes to us, a hard one to read here. Gets a little plainer for me. I changed that one in her shoulder as she lays on the outer edge of her shoulder. She wants to duck her chest forward to the ground just ever so slightly. I do like how long she is from her 13th rib. I like how long she is from flank to flank, and she's got some handle and shape to her. I think this is a nice female to go for. Our fifth one, a little tougher one to place. When they get her stuck, you think we got to move her to third or got to move her to even to that first hole, because boy, she's got a great silhouette when they get her stuck. Put her into motion, she gets just a little bit piecey in terms of how she's built. Wants to maybe tip her pin set to the ground just a notch, her chest forward to the ground just a notch, but boy, she's got some rib and some handle and definitely a lot of breed character about her. I think that's a nice group. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Super impressive set here on the horn side. I think these two on top particular got some give and take, and if you like to flip-flop them, I'm sure okay with that. One I chose to start with, I just think Reed is the more youthful appearing one, and I think more importantly for me, I guess the biggest short is down at the ground, one that's just a short, a notch shorter pastern, and I think one that balances up good in terms of her chest to flank ratio, one that handles extremely good down her top. That one's got a ton of shape, one that's big in terms of her hip. I think just a high quality one to go. The one in second, I like the set to that one's horns a shot better than our class winner. One in terms of her body, she's a rib longer bodied, she's square hipped as well. I just like to see her leaning back on her rear pasterns ever so slightly for me today. If we can fix that, that one goes ahead and wins the particular class. Young lady sheep in three, big bold bodied one. I like that one. That one's extremely opened up in terms of her rib cage. She's not quite as stout and as flashy as those directly ahead of her, but I think a high quality one to go into three. Probably the broodiest appearing one for me today is in four here. One that's good in terms of her relations from her forerib to her flank. She's not quite as flashy from the outside looking in, but that's an extremely good headed one. This build is extremely neat. And we go ahead and conclude one that's, again, big, bold, just massive in terms of her rib cage. She doesn't have quite as much shape down her top. She's not quite as big and square at her hip, but I think a high quality 5. Congratulations.
Placing on the early class of February ewe lambs for the Slickshorn Hampshires, first place to 266, Schroyer 8230, Lauren Swan, Manhattan, Montana. Second place to 254, Davis 2002, Morgan and Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Third place to 265, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. 4 to 259, Sally Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana. 5 to 252, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio. 6th place to 263, Jaden Moneyheffer, Akron, Indiana. 7th place to 255, Morgan and Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. 8th place to 257, David Van Cleve, Seneca, Illinois. 9 to 251, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. And 10 to 258, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. Placing on the fitted winter ewe lamb class for the horn Dorsets, first place to entry 45, Betts 539, Betts Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware. Second to 41, Paula R. Castle 5899, 8762, Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana. 3rd to 43, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. 4 to 42, Ella and Evan Whitmer, Greenville, Ohio. And 5 to 44, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Embody, Bluffton, Ohio.
I guess a challenging class, I guess, for this particular judge. We couldn't be any more different here at the top. Young lady brings us one that's sound as a cat, and we take that one and put it into motion. And I think when we get that one stuck and propped up, I think one that gives us a good look from the outside in, one that is up in terms of her chest. But I think one that doesn't go unrivaled. I think if we could just fill that one up or flank that one down a little bit, I think it would go ahead and be a hammer in this particular class. Like the movement, like to soften that one up. The 1 and 2, I think, comes to us as probably as deep and as bold as any in the class. One that her flank to forerib ratio is extremely good. She's a rib shorter bodied than what our class winner is. I think there's some give and take there. Pick your poison. We get into to 3, and I think one that's a class winner type from the outside in. You study that one in terms of her width and her dimension. She's extra big and bold in terms of her rib. We stick that one into motion. She wants to get just a notch more restricted in terms of her rear hock, but I like that one's build and body. Could go with those. And we go ahead and get into 3, and I think one that's probably the most youthful one in the class. I read that one as being very, very young. Just not quite the stoutness and overall meat and muscle to go around those directly ahead of them, but I think a high quality one. Congratulations to all.
I think a really nice set of Class 2 Februaries here in our Hampshire slick-sheared side. I think we get one on top that kind of just comes out here and says, please pick me for first. I would maybe, if you watch her in what she does with that reach of that front leg when we set her into motion, it's not the most ideal for me, but I don't think it's bad either. She doesn't move her shoulder. She doesn't lose that chest floor. She doesn't lose that balance that she brings to the point of her shoulders when she does that. She just reaches just a little far with that front leg. But boy, after that, I think that one is extremely good. She's elevated. She runs the right way. She's got some extra length about her. Great stifle and three-quarter view about her. She's right up on her toes. I think just an awfully neat female there to win with. Our second one, I think closely follows her. That one's maybe not quite as massive in terms of her top shape, but really, really sound on the move. That one holds her shoulder together on the move. She's got some balance when we set her into motion. I love her hip and pin set. Got a nice touch to her. She's not as massive as that one comes three, but I think one from a structural standpoint and what she does with the front end of her shoulder, she has to be in that second hole for us. If you want to argue that the next one needs to win, I think you could do that for a couple different reasons. The main reason is she's the most massive in terms of her muscle shape. I like that one quite a bit. I love her stifle. I love that bubble that she has in terms of her muscle shape. I love her ruggedness of bone. Where I set her into motion, she gets a little bit choppy for us, wants to tip her front end to the ground ever so slightly, but rib and body and barrel is there. She either goes 1 or 3. I've got her here today in terms of what she does with her front end. Nice U, though. Then the next one comes to us in 4. Gets a little plainer. She's going to tip the scale as being one of the bigger and heavier ones here, and you certainly appreciate that about her. Gets a little plainer in terms of her muscle shape, kind of tapers back in through her hip just a notch, but you love her growth and you love her feet and legs. She's got a nice Hampshire head about her. I think that's a nice female with some nice pieces there. And then we round out the top 5 with a little smaller one that's really, really shapely, though, from rack, loin, and back in through her hip. She gets just a little bit finer in terms of her features, maybe compared to a couple of them, but a really neat silhouette when they get her propped up. That's a nice set. Congratulations.
Placing on the Horn Dorset class of fitted spring ewe lambs. First place to entry 49, Ella and Evan Whitmer, 7273, Ella and Evan Whitmer, Greenville, Ohio. Second place to entry 47, Sink Paget 1880, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Third place to entry 48, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. And 4 to 46, Colton Wright, Terre Haute, Indiana. Placing on the class of Hampshire slick-shorn late February ewe lambs, first to 268, Taradice 22080, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Second to 273, Westlake 2265, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. Third place to entry 277, Johnson 22215. Sarah, J.C., and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 4 to 278, Sam Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana. 5 to 269, Northern Oklahoma Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. 6 to 270, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 7 to 276, Jason Walensky, New Glarus, Wisconsin. And 8th place to 275, Jason Walensky.
Super high quality class once again. Obviously, we got quite a bit of difference out here in terms of shapes and sizes. I think Park, our class winner, wins pretty handily. You get your hands on that one. That one's extremely big and shapely racked. Really extremely neat in terms of her skin quality. She's big hips and she's stout featured. We stick that one into motion. I think it gets a little closer with her contemporaries. She's got all the set that this particular judge would like to see in her hind leg, one that is just inside of herself in terms of her rear hock. We're going to call her acceptable today, and I think just go ahead and win the class. The 1 and 2, I like the outline. I love the freakiness in terms of her front end design. That one's obviously going to be big frame. She's straight down her top. She's the flattest of the 3, but I think one that gives us a ton of shape and ton of look, and one that's the cleanest in terms of her condition. And we go ahead and get into 3. Biggest hipped one that's got a good hind leg rolling in her, one that's just simply too high condition for me today. But I think high quality trio, congratulations.
Placing on the Horn Dorset class of Slickshorn Winter Spring ewe lambs. First place to entry 50, Smith 2235, Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. Second place to entry 51, St. Paget 1835, Cooper Crowder, Sheridan, Indiana. And third to entry 52, Jenna Cohen, Milton, Wisconsin. Placing on the class of pair of ewe lambs for the Horn Dorsets. First place goes to Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. Second place to Betts Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware. Third to Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 4, Ella and Evan Whitmer, Greenville, Ohio. 5 to Colton Wright, Terre Haute, Indiana. 6th place to Connor Barnes and Keaton Snipes of West Liberty, Ohio. And 7 to Jenna Cohen of Milton, Wisconsin.
As we get out here to select our junior champion, I think once again, I think just an outstanding set of females. I think just high quality, big pieces to each and every one of them. They all bring something to the table that I think we can work with and progress forward. I think there's a pair of them, I guess, that for me are the high quality two that are out here and amongst their contemporaries, and their build is completely different as well as their stage of development. And I think that's okay. They come out of different divisions. They come out of different, different age groups and probably different genetic pools. I'm not going to talk a whole lot longer. I'll go show you the two that I like, but congratulations to each and every exhibitor.
Junior champion, Horn Dorset U goes to entry 35. Paul R. Castle W 8641. Jenna Cohen, Milton, Wisconsin, with the first place in the fitted late fall U Lamb class. Our reserve junior champion came out of the fitted winter U Lamb class. Entry 45, Betts 539, Betts Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware.
As we get our senior champions and our junior champions out here, I think obviously four high quality individuals that I dig in on quite a little bit. Obviously we can see that the builds are different. I would assume the genetic pools are different, and that's okay. I think we can use each other and get better with what we're doing and putting sheep together. Again, it comes down to an opinion question, and unfortunately today you're just getting mine and not some of the breeders from out the ring. But I think there's a pair of them out here that exemplify what the breed's doing in some elite quality pieces. I think one of them is maybe a little more out there in terms of muscle. One brings us a little more growth potential. And I think it's, like I said, it's an opinion. You have yours from the outside. I'm going to go show you mine. Congratulations to each and every one of you. I've really enjoyed sorting through these, a high quality set.
Grand Champion U for the Horn Dorset Show goes to our Senior Champion U. Out of the Slickshorn Yearling U class, entry 23, Timberline 0666, Wyatt Nixon, Nash, and Brooklyn Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. The reserve Grand Champion was our Junior Champion U, entry 35, out of the fitted late fall U Lamb class, Paul R. Castle W 8641, Jenna Cohen, Milton, Wisconsin. Now ready for Best Headed U.
Boy, tremendous March class here in our Hampshire slick-sheared side. I think just extremely deep in quality. Not just these 5. We sent a whole bunch of them back that were really good. I think just a real fresh, young, youthful group here that comes to us in this top 5. They all look like Hampshires. I think we've got some different things floating here, but I think all 5 of them are pretty darn good here to sort through. So that first one, I tell you, just watch that sheep move and what she does with her shoulder. I love her 3/4 view in terms of that hip and hind leg shape. I love her barrel. I love her center body and rib. I like how she works back into a really nice flank in terms of her maturity there in relation to her chest floor. She's got some elevation about her. She's got some shape to her. Really a good handling sheep, too. I love that one when she stamps her front feet down on all 4 corners, or all 4 feet, excuse me. I think that one's front feet are extremely good up front as she wedges forward for us. I think that's just a neat female there to win with. Our second one, maybe just a little bit bigger outline to you than maybe that class winner. And then you watch this one walk around the ring in terms of her movement. Really a neat female there. That one just trots like they're supposed to. She sets them on all 4 corners again. I think a neat shape about her. Maybe not quite as massive in terms of her hip and pin as we have in that first one, but really a nice pair there for 1 and 2. They get this one stuck in 3, and that one wins every time for me. I love when they get that one stuck for us. That one wedges forward. She's got a lot of elevation at the point of her shoulders. That one, and we put her into motion, wants to drop that chest floor to the ground just ever so slightly, wants to get just a fuzz posty there in those rear legs as she sets them for us, but really a neat female there. I think that one reads to be a really nice yearling ewe in terms of that next year type of female. Just a trio of darn good ones there. Our fourth one comes to us a little more shape and power here than maybe a couple of these. That one is maybe not as smooth as she works into her top line from rack and loin and back in through her hip, but really a neat female. She's elevated. She's got some front end extension as well. Got a lot of wool about her legs in terms of her breed character. I think another nice ewe to come for us. Female that comes 5, she keeps hitting me. I like a lot of things about her. She is so long from flank to flank. She's so long when you handle her in terms of her percentage from her 13th rib. Again, very sound on her feet and legs when we set her into motion. Gets a little bit piecier and plain as she works back in through her hip, maybe in terms of her stifle shape, like to just give her a fuzz more, and then she gets a little bit lazy topped on them there, but that's a darn nice female. She is extremely long from her 13th rib. I like them 5 a lot, guys. That's a nice set. Congratulations.
For the Horn Dorset Show, our best-headed ewe is entry number 34, Paul R. Castle, 8767, Dorothy, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. And for our flock class, first place in the flock class goes to Betts Sheep Farm, Felton, Delaware. Second place to Connor Barnes and Keaton Snipes of West Liberty, Ohio, and they are also the premier exhibitor of the Horn Dorset Show. Third place in the flock, Colton Wright, Terre Haute, Indiana. That does conclude our National Horn Dorset Show. Our judge has been Dustin Cruitt of Illinois. placing on the March ewe lamb class for the Slickshore Hampshires. First place to 288, FCL 2255. Fleener Club Lambs, Kyle and Jen Fleener, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Second to 280, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio, with Westlake 2216. Third place to 298, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, 4 to 300, Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, 5 to 294, Jude Parker, Franklin, Indiana, 6 to 297, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin, 7 to 304, Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio, 8 to 282, Plaza Livestock, Agency, Missouri, 9 to 289, Sam Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana, and 10 to entry 286, Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin.
We're ringside here on the Hamp side. Let's put our hands together here for our junior champion selection. I think just 10 really good individuals here, and the junior show was awfully good and deep in terms of quality, and some differences sorting through there, some different types and programs and kinds. I think we get back out here, though. I think we've got some elevation, we've got some shape. We've got feet and legs underneath them, and they look like hamsters in terms of their breed character. Could do a couple different things, I think, and run away with this and feel very comfortable. There's a couple of things about a couple of them that you'd change here and there, but I think we've got a great set here, and I'll go show you how I like them. I think it gets pretty close here, and then again, you can do different things here. Do it however you want to. I think there's a pair of them here that are really, really sound, and again, maybe we talked about one of those that we'd maybe change her and what she does with that reach of that front leg. I'll go show you how I like them, though. Really a nice set. Let's put our hands together one more time. I'll show you champion and reserve.
Our junior champion for the Hampshire Slickshorn Show goes to entry 266, Schroyer 8230, Lauren Swan, Manhattan, Montana. The reserve junior champion ewe was 268 out of the late February ewe lamb class, Terradice 22080, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky.
Well, ringside here, let's put our hands together for our overall champion, Hamp U here. I think, again, just a whale of a set of females to sort through when we get down to these four. I think just a darn good group here. I said in that senior drive, I think this Yearling U is wicked. I think she's wicked in terms of her movement. I think her structure is tremendous. Her handle's extremely good. She's just square-edged and just neat in a lot of places. She'll be our champion today. I think it gets a little bit closer for reserve. I think we've got a ewe-lamb that comes out of that junior deal that's maybe got a few more bells and whistles maybe than we have in that reserve senior. Maybe a little bit more rugged in terms of her bone. We get a big old senior ewe that comes reserved like that, though. We keep them that big and that good and that sound and square, yet with some breed type about her. Again, maybe not as much bells and whistles as that ewe lamb. I'm going to follow that reserve senior for reserve. Congratulations, guys, on a nice set. Let's put our hands together for all the exhibitors.
Slickshorn Grand Champion U for your National Hampshire Show goes to entry 181. Out of the Slickshorn Early Yearling U class, Hogger 21031, Morgan and Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. The Reserve Grand Champion U is our Reserve Senior Champion U, entry 191. Second place in that Early Yearling U class, NOC BU 2714-21074 ET. Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. We are now ready to bring into the ring Hampshire Best Headed Ewe. Hampshire Best Headed Ewe.
here in our best-headed female drive. We got several that we feel that represents the breed really well, and we've kind of eliminated it down to Evan and I down to the one that we think is really pretty exceptional, and it's going to be this yearling ewe right here.
And the Hampshire best-headed ewe is Alf 282-21, John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin. That animal was our fitted grand champion ewe.
Again, a really nice set of heads that come out here for our Hampshire Ram. And again, Dale and I talk about just head shape and then just that Hampshire type about them. We get into some of these slick-sheared sheep and we peel them down just a little bit, and so some white shows up. I think that, Dale and I think that champion, slick-sheared Hampbuck, has got a great head shape about him and his ear. He'll be our champion head today. Congratulations.
Our grand champion Slickshorn Ram, entry 156, Westlake 2204. Dan Westlake, Marysville, Ohio, is our best-headed ram for the Hampshire show. The winner of this class wins the Jim Kretcher Trophy, a traveling trophy given in honor of Jim Kretcher, former executive secretary of the American Hampshire Sheep Association.
Again, here on the Hampshire side of the ring, our mixed pair, just an awfully neat trophy that gets to go along with this award, and a lot of heritage and history here. I think that just an awfully good deal, and I both think just a very, very well represented group of sheep here in terms of pairs. We are going to use this one up here, that fitted pair on our right. Congratulations to the exhibitors here.
Winner of the mixed pair bred and owned class is John Alf of Janesville, Wisconsin. Next class is the Hampshire Young Flock. Young Flock is the next class. That class consists of a ram lamb and 2 ewe lambs. The winner of that class receives the Roy Gilman Memorial Award. This is an award given in honor of Roy Gilman, who was the American Hampshire Sheep Association Executive Secretary from 1956 to 1975.
Evan and I both agree that there's multiple good flocks out here. They're all represent the breed really well. They're good-footed, good-legged, and they certainly look like a group of Hampshires should look like. We're going to use the young flock with this second from the end down there back this way for your champion young flock.
The winner of the young flock class is Dan Westlake of Marysville, Ohio. The winner of the flock class gets the Flock Challenge Cup, presented in honor of D.L. and R.E. Chapman, breeders of Hampshires for over 50 years. This is sponsored by the Chapman Sheep Farm, South Rockwood, Michigan.
Well, here on the Hampshire side of the ring, as we round out the last class here, again, just kudos to the Hampshire breeders on both sides of the fence, of the fitted and the slick-sheared ones. Dale and I just think very uniform groups of very sound sheep that look like Hampshires here. We are placing these. Just can't say enough about the day on each side here for us. We are going to run the flock starting with the right and run that way. So congratulations, guys. It's a nice group. Let's put our hands together for our Hampshire exhibitors. Congratulations.
And at this time, we'd like to present the Premier Exhibitor Awards for the fitted portion of our show. The fitted Premier Exhibitor is John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin. The Slick Shorn Premier Exhibitor is Morgan and Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Placing on the flock class, first place goes to John Alf, Janesville, Wisconsin. Second to Morgan and Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Third to Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. And 4 to Jason Walensky, New Glarus, Wisconsin. That does conclude our Hampshire show and the shows for today. Our judges for the Hampshire show have been Evan Snyder and Dale Davis.